just in a second, just so you know that leave me. No, you can stand there. No cameras. I just need to pass quite briefly.
Okay, and we are in.
We are live.
Yeah, we're live.
Oh my goodness. High five.
Hello, everybody. Oh yeah.
Hello.
We did it.
We did it. We did only one thing, and that is to be live.
I'm going to take these off. Okay, so it sounded good to me.
Okay.
It sounds
perfect.
like we're both working.
Perfect. Welcome to Paris, everyone.
Yeah, welcome to Campari Academy presents Le Bar Rouge.
Exactly. So we are just 1 hour into the first day of Cocktails and Spirits, and for the first time, Campari Academy and Bar Rouge are joining forces. We are hosting 8 talks for the next 2 days. Mm-hmm. It's going to be very exciting.
I'm the most excited, I think. I'm most nervous and the most excited at the same time.
Because this is the tech guy.
I'm the tech guy. So for everybody at home, hello. This is the behind the scenes. Monica and I are sitting down so that we can give you a little bit of an introduction to the space and what you should be expecting to see, and also to welcome you to make comments and share the video. We want as much interaction as we can get so that we can pass your comments on to our speakers, and that you can be treated as if you're actually here in the room.
Exactly, because the audience at home will be the fifth wheel, which is a good thing.
The fifth wheel?
Yes, because normally we would have 4 wheels on a car to make it go forwards. Okay. And now we have a fifth wheel, the spare one, which is the most important one, because when something happens...
you need backups.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, so any comments, any questions, anything that you want us to ask the speakers, please pop them in the chat. We have also multiple people on the stand here. Let's go and have a little walk.
We have
around.
Carlo, so I'm going to attempt
here, who is the one who will talk to you online. Then,
and for anyone who's still listening in, this is the whole stand. So Monica's just walking around the stand.
Here, we'll have our speakers join us every hour on the hour for 35 minutes talking about multiple different things, and then we'll have a little Q&A afterwards. So please send the questions, and we'll try to get you all the questions answered by Carlo.
And as you can see, we've got an angle that lets you kind of see everything. One for the speakers, one for the whole room, give you an idea what the whole room looks like. And then obviously, you got your back of house, where myself and Carlo will be working. So it's all looking pretty good. It looks like it's working.
It is working. It's very much working. And traditionally, for those who are not familiar with Bar Rouge, I think it's always been one of the most significant and important stages of Europe, where bars can really come and they present to an audience of their peers. And I think in the past, we've had some amazing bars present. We also had some amazing moments. So if you think back, what's your favorite moment?
I think, there's so many. My favorite was Mr. Hirematsu from Bar Hirematsu in Osaka in Japan. For those of you who are probably not old enough to remember that presentation, it must have been 10 years ago, 12 years ago. And he was talking about having hired a shipbuilding company that specializes in building ice-breaking ships, because the guys that design the ice-breaking ships are experts in how stainless steel interacts at force with water, air, and ice. And he gave them all of his cocktail shakers and commissioned a report, 5,000 euros worth of report, on what angle should he hold his shakers, at what temperature should he keep his ice. And in his bar, he had like minus 20-degree ice. He had like almost, -2, so it was almost at 0. So he could pull it out of the fridge and get slight different variations on thermodynamics.
Oh, wow.
And I watched a whole room. I was like, this is the most exciting thing. I'd been to his bar, which helped, because I tasted his drinks, which were phenomenal. And I was super excited about it. And the whole room, everyone was like, what is it? Because it was being translated. So his passion was being translated from Japanese into French, into English, and by the time it got to us, you're missing that excitement. But there was no, like, for me, that was one of the most special, because the how do I say it? Thierry and Eric, they're going for pushing the boundaries and different people and people with an edge. And
Yes.
for me, that was the edge at the time. That was like, this is the cutting edge.
Someone
Anyway.
who dedicates their entire life to perfection something, which is the craft that we're doing. And I think, you know, one of my favorite moments over the years was when Jörg presented Le Lion.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's always going to be great when it's Jörg, you know that. But, you know, the beautiful thing about this Bar Rouge as a stage was that he came and he presented his entire P&L and break it down and kind of showed the margins, showed everything, and gave full transparency. And I think, you know, the motto of Cocktails and Spirits has always been in bartenders we trust, and, you know, for bartenders by bartenders. And I think this is the only way that we as an industry can move forwards and become greater than what we are now. Because, you know, the industry has changed so much, and what has worked in the past, it's not going to work moving forward.
Yeah, and people need to be prepared, but prepared for the real world. So people like Jörg sharing the real truths of his bar is going to prepare people better than some, I don't know how to describe it, curated marketing approach.
Definitely.
Which you tend to get a lot of with a lot of the shows. People need to have a presentation that's as entertaining and as uplifting as possible. And sometimes the best thing that you can see is some of the ugly parts, because they're going to prepare you better for the future.
Yes. Or you remember when 28 Hong Kong Street came and they brought the... Julia just walked straight into the screen.
This is Julia, everybody. Julia's Julia's
back,
the boss. Or one of the two bosses, I would say. One of the two bosses.
And she only likes to show her back. But you remember when 28 Hong Kong Street came and they brought the dragon and they made the biggest party.
I remember them going wild and throwing a massive party, and there was like champagne everywhere
and what is called the fried mac and cheese.
Oh yes,
yes, exactly.
Oh my god, the fried mac and cheese! I forgot about that. I think I was so caught up on the champagne, and also Zdenek was there. You get speakers that come to Le Bar Rouge that aren't on the world tour of everything else, if that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's one of my favorite things as well. You see people that they're not presenting every single day. You know what I mean? They're not doing the guest shift tour. They're coming specifically because they've got a unique talent or a unique voice, and they're there for that.
So, who would you think should come and present on Bar Rouge next year? I think that's a very good question to bring down to the chat and see, because we would love some tips.
And I think one of the good things for Bar Rouge, I've always found there's at least one presentation every time where I didn't know that. Does that make sense?
Yes. To be fair, this happens to me in almost every presentation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think if you were going to ask yourself the question, like, you know, what do I want to see next time? If you actually think about it, you think, what's something that I don't know as much about that I probably should know more about? That you're interested in knowing more? I remember when I first asked myself that question, the two things that popped up were coffee and China. And I started learning about coffee, and then I moved to China.
Okay, so
it was the easiest way for me to know more.
Maybe don't take it so literal as Dean. It's great to kind of follow your passions and really go for it, but
it's a dangerous game.
Yes.
You've got to give everything up if you're going that extreme. Or you could just suggest, you know, I'd like to see more of what's happening in a country I don't hear much about. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense.
What is this kind of regions, cocktails like?
What is the area, which country in the world is the most exciting in terms of bars and cocktails and drinks, in your opinion? What is it in your opinion?
Well, for me, the places I want to go, I haven't been to South America as much. So Colombia, Peru, these are places, like I know Peru has great food and drinks. I
Peru
haven't been.
is my spirit home.
See?
It's where I would, if I left London, probably I would move to Peru.
See, it's not fair. I was supposed to go on my honeymoon with my wife, but we missed out.
No.
We couldn't go at that time. But we went to Mexico, so we love Mexico. Yeah.
Mexico is equally amazing. Also, a good place to go and experience, and because both of those countries are so diverse, so that even if you spend 6 months traveling, you would come back and have so much experiences, so many new flavors, so many new memories, but you would come back feeling, I know nothing.
Exactly, and the hospitality is second to none. It's amazing.
It is.
So today we've got a range of different speakers coming up, don't we?
Yes,
From
absolutely.
all sorts of walks of life.
Yes, so the new thing of this year is that for the first time we've decided not just to do bars presenting, so we've invited a few other speakers in as well, talking about a range of topics that are all meant to not enlighten, is enlighten the right now? No, help us come together as an industry and grow together. Kind of address some of the issues that we have and try to help us find solutions.
Mm-hmm. So, and everybody is solution driven. What you selected a lot of the people in coordination with Thierry and Eric.
Do you want to run through it overall or just to focus on today?
I think if we focus on today and give people a hint of tomorrow,
absolutely,
that would be like, because Sam is up first at 1 o'clock.
Yes. So at 2 o'clock we have our first presentation, which is Sam Orrock. So Sam used to work in London, used to work with
Scout
Matt Wiley back in Scout days, and then he is currently in Berlin. And he just opened his own bar, his own bar, not just, but a year ago. And it's called Wax On. And he's here to talk about, how he managed to do that. And the presentation is called Small Budget, Big Dreams. And it's about, the bartending way of going into it. Maybe not as an independent bar owner, you don't have the biggest budget, but you still want to achieve what you want to achieve.
Yeah. So, for me personally, I'm looking forward to this because in my mind, it's always a case of if you don't have a huge budget to throw at things, it forces creativity a little bit more. So you get a kind of a... I tend to see bars on smaller budgets being a lot more creative than bars on, really big budgets.
I think that if you have no limitation, it's not challenging and it won't lead to anything good.
And you also have to, when you've spent a lot of money on a place, you usually have to adhere to the demographic that's going to go in and recoup that money. It might not sound right, but I don't know how to address that, but there is a certain level where you've spent so much money on a fit out of a place, you're serving drinks at such a high price, your demographic changes a little bit. If it's a budget place, if it's all creativity, you can have the freedom to invite anybody in. And that's my personal opinion anyway. It tends to be
somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle is the perfect balance.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward to see what he says on those topics.
Exactly. And then at 3 o'clock, we have Jack Muirhead, and he is the Academy manager of Mad Academy in Copenhagen. What?
No, I'm just excited because I didn't go to the Mad conferences or anything like that.
And it's funny because, you and me, we represent a part of this, the generational part of this industry that we remember the Mad Academy. But I think for a lot of the viewers, it will be something that happened so long ago within the context of our industry that they won't remember that it used to be an annual conference every year in Copenhagen, where people from everywhere in the food and drinks industry would gather, and it would be a very creative, mind-challenging 2 days. And then since it has become a permanent academy that is in Copenhagen, very close to the city, that trains and teaches what? Students.
I just had to throw Jeffrey a look like, hey, we're live. He was coming up to give us a hug. Sorry.
Well, that's fine. We can go in here and hug him.
In case anyone hasn't recognized, we're open in the thoroughfare of the bar show. So
yes, and so the academy teaches leadership courses, but also sustainability courses.
Yeah,
and I think
nice.
so it's a very interesting seminar as well. And then at 4 we have Lorraine Copes, who is the founder of Be Inclusive Hospitality. So it's a non-profit organization in the UK fighting for racial equality and also working to give people of color the control of their own narrative. Because a lot of the time you'll see that chefs, for example, of color, their narrative will be much less positive in the media than their white equivalent. For example, there's always, like, often a victim narrative or
exactly.
like a rough narrative. There's never kind of
a great talk.
Your
actually.
success is never because you're talented.
Yeah.
It's because you were dealt cards.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah, it's kind of flipping it around on people where. I notice that a lot, especially in the UK. If it's a person of color, the question is always about their experience as a person of color rather than the reason they're there because they're actually a talented chef or a talented artist or a talented musician. It's
exactly
always flipped. Yeah, that's going to be very interesting.
And then lastly, we have the one and only Eric Lawrence,
yeah,
just
superstar,
joining us. He came this morning from London after having his opening weekend of Quaint 2.0 in the new location. So we're going to be the first one to know, how did it go?
And you can ask him the question, how did it go? You know, have you slept, Eric? Does he sleep?
I don't think he sleeps because he has 2 small children.
Oh, wow, yeah, he has 2 small children
and
now.
1 huge new child.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that's mad.
I mean, I think he's made of steel at this point.
He is. He's Superman.
Yes.
That's crazy.
He was always Clark Kent, but now he's like also Superman and
he's
Batman.
He's taking the glasses off. Yeah, that's mad.
Yes. So this is our program for today.
Yeah.
And I think what we'll try to do now is to do a little walkthrough of the show.
Yeah.
You'll stay here.
I will.
And I try not to fuck up, which might not be that easy.
No, I think you're going to be all right. So what we'll need for you to do that
is to reassemble myself, which I can do.
To put the phone back together, actually. It's all highly technical here at the Campari Academy, the Bar Rouge stand.
Very flattering. It's just that I don't understand anything. That's the problem.
It is very technical. So if you want to see the little setups we have here. So Monica is now rocking the DJI Osmo Mobile 6. This is a brilliant piece of equipment. It allows her to walk freely through the show. If it works properly, it allows her to walk freely through the show. You need to swap your pack. We'll have.
Which one should I connect to? This live stream?
So which one did you just undo?
This is the live stream.
Yeah.
And this is the phone.
That's the phone. You want the phone on. All right, so we're setting her up. So she should be able to walk through the whole show. Monica was getting cinematography,
was getting bullied by the microphone
camera
and
lessons
at the same time.
Yeah, and watch this, people, look. Ooh, it's calibrating now. This will allow for smooth flowing video footage. Yeah.
The problem is here.
Now, I'm going to ask you to open WhatsApp, okay, and click on that one. when you get in there. Oh, I can actually help you with it. So, Monica has a lot of notifications and conversations going all at the same time.
Don't be that. Don't she be like this.
Dual wide-angle cameras. You can go front and back.
Wow.
Wow.
You're real now.
Which one is the front camera and which one is the back camera? I'm going to go back camera, okay? Headset microphone. Join. Well, let's see. Nope, we got the wrong camera.
We have Sam
All right.
actually with us.
Yeah.
Sam didn't mean to put you unnoticed on camera.
We got it, we got it, we got it. I think it's going to be working. Come on.
Okay, I can hear myself, which is not unusual actually. I usually have these conversations in my head all the time anyway, so. It's working. Well, now the flow is here. But yeah. This is
Okay.
the beauty of live stream because everybody can say, see in real life how stupid we actually are. So you get
Yeah.
the real.
It's real. It's live and unedited. Now. Whoa.
So let's ask a question for the chat. What is your favorite?
What is your favorite?
Drink when it's 26 degrees outside like it is right now in Paris. What would you drink? Classic daiquiri made by Dean with minus 20 degrees ice. Would it be a drink from my childhood who I get so much flack for, which is rosé wine, ice cubes, and topped up with Fanta Orange, which used to be so popular that indeed it is a song in Sweden. Just saying. Or a glass of champagne.
I'm good. What rum are we putting in the daiquiri?
We are
Can
putting
it-
Appleton,
Okay.
of course.
Right now, I'm going to go the daiquiri. I think I just need the citrus, or maybe champagne.
What am I doing now?
So,
okay, so
you're
now I
on.
can go.
Yeah, I think you can
Okay.
just go. Let's hope
Can I go?
Let's hope the Wi-Fi holds on. And look,
Okay,
I'll do this for you.
okay.
There you go.
So let's go for a little walk and let's see if this
All
dummy can manage to actually give you a little tour. So
Happy
you can
days.
see I'm walking away from the stand, and here we have the Campari stand. Did you see? We also have the new bottle. Woohoo! Dean actually wants me to say that the new bottle also changed the liquid, but they didn't actually change the liquid. He just wants to make conspiracy theories.
I love Monica's camera work.
We already now discovered that I have no control over this camera. So let's just go upside down. I don't know why this phone doesn't like me.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, so try now to push that button.
This button?
There you go.
Okay. This is very... Look. Absolutely not me.
Oh, you've switched cameras.
I'm starting to take it personal that this machine doesn't like...
So Monica completely got kicked off.
Exactly.
But it's actually been very good timing.
because we have with us on the stand Eric, and Thierry, which is perfect because we can now officially say hello.
Hello. Can we say officially?
We can say officially
The show is open.
Is open.
Congratulations.
No, congratulations to you.
Thanks a lot.
So we were telling earlier about our favorite Bar Rouge moments over the years. So I think the most natural thing would be, what is each of your favorite Bar Rouge moments over the years?
Well, I think before we start everything, I think we should have a word about the loss we heard yesterday of the Costa. I think it's Domenico. Domenico was
in 2010.
Yeah, he came to the Bar Rouge, and he is a close friend of us. I think it's very sad news we heard yesterday, and we should raise our glass on I think high spirit.
I think we should all have a toast for him.
Exactly.
During the show today.
Exactly. Probably a shot of tequila because we used to raise our glass with tequila with him quite often. But I think the first thing we should mention is that. Aside from that, we had some great moments. We had many moments. So each one of us should pick one, or
Maybe the same.
you never know.
Yes, each of you pick one.
You start.
I think maybe the best moment it was the Savoy. The fifth generation of Savoy head bartender, managed by Eric in 2010. No, with the opening of the Savoy, it was.
It was. We
2010.
should ask Eric. Eric is around.
Yeah.
Ah.
Merci, Dean.
Dean, you should have it with us. Huh? Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
So, Savoy.
Yeah, Savoy definitely a lot of emotion with fifth generation of the Savoy, Victor, Eric Lorinx, Peter Dorelli. It was just a magic, emotional moment.
Me, I was trying to think in the same time. It's very difficult. To be honest, the thing is, every year we had moments, and every year, because we always been trying to get things was different to the year before, and always attracting to the crowd. It's tough to put a moment we will be different to the others. I think what we had somewhere. Like Baghdad
Country Club,
James with James Turnett was a moment I remember. It was the same year as the Savoy.
No,
was it?
2014, I think.
James Turnett was different because aside from everyone, every time we invite bartenders, they're really into what we know on the community we are part of. James was totally an outsider, but his story, and he's such a storyteller as well, his story was memorable. And you could tell everyone in the crowd was listening to him with such an attention. It was amazing. It was a good moment for me.
Yes, I remember this as well.
And maybe your best moment?
Yeah. What about you?
There's been so many moments. I think, obviously, one of the biggest moments was when, for me personally, was when we presented on stage, because it's such a huge honor to be invited to present at Bar Rouge. But I would say also, I mentioned before when Jorg presented Lelio, when he showed the whole financial side of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Or when he did the 150 highballs in 45 minutes, or the 28th, they brought Chinese Dragon. So there's a lot of these very precious moments, but also, when Charles.
Yeah,
Charles
just-
Schumann.
Charles Schumann as well, when you said that. That was a great moment.
Yes, so it's always been such a great stage where people can come and learn from their peers, but also present to their peers, and kind of get the judgment, like there's full reign. No, I'm joking. So, so tell us, you said that this year is the last year of Cocktails and Spirits and Bar Rouge in Palais de Tokyo. What's next?
Well, before we start, but next we need to finish this one. So I think we should talk about it once this one is finished, because this one's still at Palais de Tokyo. So we need to make sure that this one is great, and we're still having the spirit very well. And we want to carry on this spirit as well. So we need to finish this one. And
the program is very attractive today and tomorrow. Donc, a lot of expectation.
I think what we should say is we know that we're going to do it differently next time, but at the moment it's not completely defined. So it's going to take a while to make sure that we know the right format, we know exactly what we want to do, but you need to enjoy this one first and think about next afterwards.
But after, sure, it's very focused on the content, very focused on experience. Le Bar Rouge, it's to share a moment, to share passion, and we would like to keep the right moment.
Yeah, and then specifically this year we focus on transmission. We want to make sure that the new generations got everything they will need to grow into this profession. So that's really the pinnacle of this 2023 session, is to make sure that the new generations got education, content, connection to grow and become the bartender of the future. That's the key.
Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. And speaking of, yes?
Champagne!
Champagne, yes, champagne. But speaking of the next generation, I think this is the perfect way of ending this first part of our live stream, because now we're going to stream the first chapter of episode 1 of season 2 of Perspectives. So part of what we've been exploring for this episode is leadership. What is leadership? How can we change it? And how can leadership become something that is suited for the next generation, but also the bars of today? So we are taking a break, but stay for the episode.
I don't believe that success in hospitality is reliant on the service and the products alone. In a restaurant or a bar, the food, the service, the drinks, the design, they're merely ingredients in the recipe of human connection.
Nosotros trabajamos con gente, digamos, objetivo. Tal vez es algo muchísimo más efímero. Quizás es algo que se termina, solo una experiencia que dura 2 horas, pero tiene que ir al corazón.
The cocktail is something beautiful, but if you know what is behind that, that's the impact is amazing, you know?
I believe that the work we do is really important, and I think that's essential for people to understand. Hospitality leadership is distinct because the leaders prioritize connection.
Would you like a coffee?
I would love a coffee.
It's also important to say that I've had amazing baristas working for me over the years. I'm not one of those amazing baristas. I think there's like this beautiful and unparalleled power that comes with an entire group of like-minded and passionate people deciding together that they are going to accomplish something. I think we're all capable of much more than we think, especially if we have an amazing team to do it with.
And a lot of people, they've never had this in their lives, which is also quite surprising.
Yes.
Liderar en hospitalidad es muy complicado y es muy apasionante. Empecé de muy joven queriendo ser bartender en un mundo en el que tal vez no había tantos bares específicos de coctelería. Y acá en Argentina, los hoteles 5 estrellas, liderados por hombres mayores con smoking y guantes, y yo estaba muy lejos de eso. Y se me abrió una enorme puerta que fue trabajar en el Gran Bar Danzón. Queremos que este bar lo dirija una mujer. Y esa fue mi gran oportunidad y desde ahí no paré. Lo sigo confirmando hoy. Y de instruir y de guiar y de acompañar en esos crecimientos. La mayoría de las veces pensar antes qué le pasaría o qué me pasaría a mí en el lugar del otro.
I live between two worlds, the nightlife, cocktail bars, and the life at the farm. Right now, I spend even more time at the farm than at the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So I'm still in charge of taking care with part of the team, taking care of this big family, right? Success in hospitality makes the people grow around you. It's never an individual goal, you know. And when they gave me this award of most sustainable bar in the world, I was like, I don't know how to accept that. And that's why when we went on the stage, I had the flag of Colombia and I printed on the other side a huge picture of the team because it's not me, it's like us, you know?
There's a retired U.S. Navy captain named David Marquet who said that the people at the top have all the authority, the people on the front line have all the information. Empowering your team is one of the best first steps you can take to start bridging that divide.
When I started, I was like let's say the leader, right? Every night at the bar, that was really hard to delegate. At the beginning, you live like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, a night. And now I love when the people say, okay, I went to the bar and I have like a beautiful experience and I was not there, you know? Because they are the leaders. So I really trust the team. A huge part of this is empathy, right? Empathy with the team. So we always try to listen to them, to take them into account, but as well how they feel as, human being, right?
Trabajar en el mismo plano que los demás. Es muy difícil hacer hospitalidad con un equipo que no está contento con su día a día. Esto es tratar de tener a cada uno en el lugar que mejor se siente, es capacitar, es disfrutar también, es ayudar a que el equipo también salga, vaya a bares, vaya a restaurantes, se ponga en el lugar de los clientes y lograr esa empatía necesaria para cada uno de esos detalles. Porque la hospitalidad son un montón de detalles que tienen que ver con que finalmente el cliente la pase bien.
I think rules generally are the enemy of positive culture, even within a team. And in order for a rule to come off of a list, the way it works now is you need to prove why the rule shouldn't exist anymore. I think if more organizations looked at their list of rules and went through them one by one and had to prove why everyone needed to exist, we'd end up with a lot less rules, which I believe ends up with a better culture and a better quality of leadership.
There's a place in I think it's Alabama, called Lambert's House of Throwed Rolls. When you go there, you sit down, and it's this big dining room, and every 30 minutes or so, someone pushes a big cart of delicious, freshly baked rolls. And then people in the dining room start raising their hand, and the guy starts throwing the rolls across the dining room to them. That one simple step of service is the thing that put that place on the map. How many cultures do you think wouldn't kill that idea right away for being utterly ridiculous? But they had created a culture where that idea was indulged, to the point where, as ridiculous as it might have seemed in the beginning, it became the thing that defined the restaurant. I think far too many places kill bad ideas too early, because sometimes the worst idea is just a simple shift away from being the best idea.
How can we do it together? If you want to improve, if you want to say something to change the way we are working, please tell us, It's communication. The success of this way of working is just like we talk on the same level, right? And we are human beings having like a relationship. Is not only work, is to be sensitive enough to see them as a part of the family and not only, please do that, just do that, no.
Tuve una época en la que empecé a darme cuenta de que lo que yo decía después se hacía y se replicaba. Tuve una escuela de coctelería a la que muchos de los bartenders que hoy tienen bares muy exitosos fueron, y la forma en la que yo trabajaba y la forma en la que yo hablaba y la forma en la que yo explicaba, después se veían en los bares. Cuando yo iba a tomar algo con mis amigas, y eso fue como un poco impactante, sí.
Working every day, I couldn't see like how fast we were growing. And every Christmas, I closed the bar to have like a huge meal with the team. But at the beginning, we were like very few. But after 2 years, I would say, we were inviting the families as well. So when I saw all these people, I felt like I have like a huge responsibility. I mean, now it's serious.
It's remarkable how many people are craving leadership. If you believe that you have something to give to the world, you can't sit around and wait for someone to come up to you and say, hey, you're a leader now. One day, you just need to decide to start leading. And I think you'll be surprised by how many people will be ready and willing to follow.
this is how it's work. So you will hear that. So you know how to use a microphone. It's okay for you. It's okay. So fine on the chin and everything is fine. If you're a singer, maybe get like this, but yeah. Okay.
I'm just going to turn this on.
Just keep this face away from me, in front of you, because that's the camera. Sit. No, please. Sit.
Only the good-looking people here, or where should we sit?
Sit anywhere you sit. It's just that I'm asking the question, so I have one seat.
Seriously,
No, of course. Anywhere you want.
Gali, ¿quieres esta?
This is me.
Yep, that's you.
Hello.
No. Doesn't like us much. Hello.
Hello.
Still nothing.
Hello. Okay, so this is now there.
You're hearing us?
Yes. It's just the lights.
Okay, it's just me. I wonder why.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Can you give me the light?
I guess a lot of it is. Look, like we've opened in the city, which is like a little bit behind the rest of the European. Yeah.
Ah, I know what's happening.
Yeah.
Okay. We are back.
We are back.
We are back. We have solved all the technical issues.
Even from me.
Yeah,
Wow.
yours is always perfect.
Perfect. It's just when it's the camera that's a problem.
All right, I think that.
So I guess
Ooh.
in parts,
Yeah.
like, I'm super lucky, and then in other parts, I just.
Okay, so we are back live.
Work, yeah. And, but it's
I'm doing the technician stuff.
Okay, so you are the tech guy now,
Yeah.
and we are back live. So we have had a break where you've been watching Perspectives at home. Now we are back from Paris, and we are 30 seconds away from our first presentation. We've managed to find our speakers, we managed to solve the sound, we managed to solve the presentation. The only thing we didn't manage is, where's the champagne? I'm joking. There's no champagne yet, but we have the next best thing, and that is Sam. Hi.
Oh.
And I forgot, obviously, that I need to also take the microphone from Dean.
Thank
now
you.
we have
Is it turned on?
Sam with
Can
sound,
everybody hear
which
me?
is the best sound.
Unfortunately, no.
So part of the Bar Rouge this year is that we wanted to focus on the duality of classic versus contemporary, but also the importance of both, because I think that we need to acknowledge that some things never change in our industry, whilst a lot of things do. And we need to have both sides. We need to have the classic and the contemporary. And Sam, you can decide which group you fall into. I'll leave it up to you, but
Thank you
Sam.
very much. Thank you for the lovely introduction. My name's Sam. I'm the owner of a bar called Wax On in Berlin. We opened about a year and a half ago, and I've just got a little presentation. It's titled Small Budget Bar with Big Budget Dreams. I don't have so long on stage today, probably like 20-25 minutes, so what I've tried to do is keep it quite short and just do bullet points. So just talk about the history of where I've worked, how I opened the bar, what kind of money we had, and then just kind of go through the techniques that we use at the bar to keep it open, basically, because it really is a low budget bar, as you'll hear about soon. So while I keep it kind of short and go to the point, please feel free to ask me any questions that you want to. We answer all questions open and honestly, so don't be scared. If you want to know how much stuff costs, you want to know where I got things from, blah blah blah, just go for it, and I'll be happy to share that information with you guys. Opening a low budget bar with big budget dreams. This is just a little quick introduction to the team. So this is actually the original opening team here. We've got myself, we've got Rose, she's now at Little Red Door here in Paris. We've got Joe Lewis-White and Damien Guichard, and we've recently expanded in the last 6 months, and we've got a couple of junior bartenders, and we've also got a guy that comes in 1 or 2 shifts a week just to kind of help us out, just to give us time to do paperwork and things like that, to be honest, because there's a lot of paperwork going on when you have a bar. So how did the bar start? I'm from England. I got my break back in the day by a guy called Matt Wiley. We happened to be from the same city back in England, and he was looking for a bar manager. I wasn't a particularly serious bartender before I started working for Matt Wiley. I just started while I was at college, just to earn some money, basically. And Matt gave me a break and offered me the manager's position at the Pagan Patriot. And then I moved over to Scout. I managed Scout for a while, and then I looked after Matt's consultancy project, The Talented Mr. Fox. So I did this. The plan was that I was actually going to move to Australia and hopefully kind of work for Matt again, or work for some other people. And a friend of mine, Damien, the guy that was previously on the picture, he had a bar, and I speak a little bit of German, and he's like, "Do you want to come and work for me?" So I went to work for him, and I worked there for 4 months, and then bang, the pandemic hit. So I was locked in Germany, and also at the same time, the mother of my child, she became pregnant with our daughter. So I was definitely staying in Berlin for a while. Anyway. It actually turns out that I was fired from my job. So I was in a really tricky situation. I got fired from my job, and because of the Brexit, what was happening, I wasn't entitled to any kind of like government help. I think I got like $300 a month, and I had to argue with them to get $600 a month. And my girlfriend was pregnant at the time, and I just got fired. So I was in a bit of a sticky situation. And we were getting towards the end of the pandemic. I started to make bottled cocktails to make some money on the side, do some consultancy projects, and then eventually a friend of a friend offered me the position, offered me the location of the bar, and I had really like next to no money at all. I think I had about like 15,000, 10 or 15,000 of my own money, and I had to borrow the rest from my parents and from my girlfriend. I think I borrowed like around about 7,000 euros altogether. So every single penny that I had was 20,000 euros to open the bar. I didn't have any more than 20,000 euros. So I really had to get it open for 20,000 bucks, which was like, it was a really great thing to do. It was amazing. I enjoyed it, but it was a monster project. And I know the world is full of young bartenders that don't have access to cash and things, and they want to know like how you can open a bar on 20k. So I guess hopefully I can share some of that information with you. There's a few things that I was really determined when I opened a bar, some things that I wanted to guide and change. I had some points that were really, really important to me. I really wanted to move away from what we now call kind of like toxic behavior or toxic bar ownership, or that kind of that kind of behavior inside the bar. And like, what does that mean? I really wanted to make some changes. Like, I didn't want to be the kind of boss that just comes in and counts money and then leaves home and doesn't work with my team and doesn't do anything like this. I'm not saying bad about anybody that does that in the world. It's just something that I don't want to do. I really wanted to be part of my team, and I wanted to be part of my bar and kind of like evolve and grow. Like, I'm still learning, I'm learning a lot every day. And that was really, really important to me. So there's some things that we'll talk about later that I've introduced that will basically stop things that happen to me that happen to my staff, like getting fired from my job and only having $300. Like, all my staff are insured, so if anything ever happens to them, they're completely covered. So they don't have to worry about that, and they never have to think about this as well. And there's also another thing that I really wanted to change in Berlin. I don't know what it's like in the rest of the world, but in Berlin is a cash society. So there's a lot of money that's not accounted for, and people don't pay their taxes basically in Berlin. And not only do they not pay their taxes, but they pay half of their staff on a contract, and then they pay half of their staff in cash. So if that member is ever fired or ever gets sick, or if there's a pandemic, they're only legally entitled to half of the amount of money that they would be normally. And I thought that this was just really, really terrible, so I really wanted to put a stop to this. So these are just a few personal points of mine that I wanted to go through, just what I feel personally about the bar industry and what I would like to see different. So now moving more on towards the presentation, we've got what we call the 4 key pillars of success that are success for our bar, and what we have to do to kind of like strive to really maintain and run our bar and keep it successful. Because honestly, it really is a hustle to keep a low budget bar alive. You know, you're constantly having to think and you're constantly having to adapt. So first of all, we have the no bullshit policy. We have conceptualization through limitation, and then we have systematic dependency, and the last is the basics, keeping things simple, right? So the no bullshit policy, what is it? Everyone always asks us. The no bullshit policy is a program that's designed to encourage people to be honest and to be straightforward and give direct answers, and it's to empower people to be able to say what's on their mind. So we don't want people to be afraid to say something, because in the long run that might affect the business. If you're quiet and you don't come up with something, or you keep an idea back, you know, like it could be detrimental towards the business. So we want everybody to be empowered to be honest and be comfortable, and that comes under the no bullshit policy. And that is that when we talk to each other in a direct manner. We don't have to kind of move around. We don't have to say please and thank you. We have to say to each other, look, I think this is a really good idea and we should test this out. And then we'll go and test this out. What also falls under the no bullshit policy, and this is something that I really wanted to introduce to the bar as well, is the financial aspect of the bar. Personally, in my opinion, I never really understood why the money was always in the control of the people that own the business or ran the business, kind of like a hierarchical structure, and then the people that worked below didn't really have kind of like access to know what's going on in the business. Because, I mean, on a small budget bar, it's so important that people are aware of the financial needs of the bar to keep it alive. I really wanted to involve them in the money, and also from the other aspects as well. Like maybe some of these people that work at the bar, they want to come and open a bar, right? And I think finances is one of the big things that we don't learn about in the hospitality industry, like how to deal with finances. You know, we concentrate on our recipes or our technology or, you know, our style of service and things, but it's like, how many times do we have conversations about money? And it can be super, super awkward. So what happens at Wax On is everybody that works at Wax On is responsible for a financial report when they close the shift. And then everybody views a financial report of what's happening at the bar. Everybody is also able to see what tips the other person is getting as well. I've worked in so many places before where tips have been kept a secret, and it's been like a lot of contention, especially if you have like a restaurant and a bar together, and it's like, and people think that other people are stealing and blah, blah, blah. So I was like, look, let's just be honest about it. You know, if you work, you get tips, and we should see like what people are earning. The third topic under the no bullshit policy is the work-life balance. So, like, time is truly one of our most valuable assets, and it's one of the things that we can't get back. Like, we can never get that back. So we have to be able to make the most of what we can do with our time, but we also need to have the time to be able to relax and to be able to do other things that aren't work, that aren't this, like hobbies, you know, spend time with family and things like this. So the no bullshit policy really ties into time and work-life balance, because being direct with people and being honest with people and not having a hierarchical structure inside the bar, everybody is a unit, it means that we don't really waste each other's time when we're communicating with each other. We're very, very to the point, and we're very direct with each other, and we try and harbor this culture of honesty and direct conversation. So because it's disrespectful to waste somebody's time, right? And it's also quite inefficient for a business, especially a small business that's like really kind of like month by month having to manage its budgets and, you know, portion off like parts of the income to reinvest or to pay taxes or to so the work-life balance really falls into place into the no bullshit policy. We have a very strict work-life balance ratio at Wax On, which we'll go on to talk about later as well. The last point on the no bullshit policy is creativity and ego. So one thing that, especially kind of being from a really big city that's very competitive, is that sometimes, you know, like competitiveness and ego and things can actually get in the way of doing your job and running the bar. And like I said to you guys earlier, we need to be able to work as a unit. We have to be able to work together. It's like, we can't lose sight of our goal. Like how many times have I witnessed or have I been working service and I've asked the question, hey, look, has that been done on table 3? And then the person that you're asking, they're like, they feel bad. They feel like they're doing a bad job, so they become defensive, and therefore they say, oh no, because I was doing this, because I was doing this. So this is something that we really try to remove from the service aspect, and part of that is to be able to speak directly to another person, but then also to be able to answer directly without being judged by that person. So it's kind of like a two-way street, you know. You should be able to speak to someone directly, but if you're asking someone a straight question, you can't be judging them for their answer, because we have a job to do. And we have to get on with that job, and that's kind of like part of removing the ego inside that frees up our creative side. It frees us up to be able to do the service that's needed in the bar. It frees us up to be able to make a drink and not have to worry about another bartender saying your drinks aren't very good. You know, these kind of things that we get locked into at work and stuff all the time, we kind of like need to kind of get that out of the bar. So moving on to the second point, that's really kind of like this point has really defined the bar. Like honestly, the concept of Wax On is kind of defined by our limitations more than it is by my hopes and dreams of what I would like for a bar. You know, I would love to have a super big budget and build a bar that my absolute dream bar, that everything I want to. That's not the reality that I live in, and the reality is that most of the things that I do in life that are work related are controlled by finances or controlled by time and things like this. So this is like a really, really important aspect for us as well. So as I've previously mentioned already, the concept is often limited by the budget. We have to standardize as much work as possible, and I believe that in the last 6 months that we've really come a long way in standardizing the work that we do. So if anyone has any questions, you know, regarding like standardizing behaviors and standardizing works and having routines and everything behind, just to keep all of that kind of like crazy work to a minimum, please go ahead and ask. And also the kind of equipment that we have to use is super important. Like we have a Google review, you can go out and check it, and somebody said that the bar is not very good, and the bartender is really arrogant because he owns a 12,000 euro centrifuge, which made us laugh because the centrifuge did not cost 12,000 euros. I wish I had that money to buy a centrifuge. The centrifuge cost about 1,000 euros, and I had to clean it out myself because it was second hand, and I had to go and source it. I had to go and pick it up in a van and stuff. But there's a reason that kind of like why we have to like hustle for the equipment that we have, and it's essentially because if we do have a centrifuge, okay, it's kind of cool, but the good thing about it is that we can make more juices in the bar. I can make like 4 times as much juice in an hour than I can if I do it by hand. By clarifying and things like this. So it's simply time. I have 1 day a week where I have to clarify and process all of my products inside the bar. And this is what it's done. And those pieces of equipment are out there. You can get them cheap and you can buy them, and they do benefit your bar. And it's not just to be kind of like cool and hip and everything as well. We also have a centrifuge that I just wanted to talk about. We actually got our centrifuge for free. It's from Heidolf. We got sponsored by Heidolf to use their centrifuge. But I just kind of like want everyone to know that they didn't approach us and say, hey, you know, you're amazing, do you want a free centrifuge? We came up with a concept, we came up with a project that we proposed to them because we couldn't afford a centrifuge, and we really wanted to, sorry, not a centrifuge, a rotary evaporator, sorry, my apologies. They cost like 15,000 euros, and there's no way that I could afford that. So there is kind of like options out there for people. You can create products, and you can create kind of like wealth, or you can create an environment where you can have free equipment, and you can kind of like create relationships where it's beneficial to two people at the same time. So we kind of have a free rotovap, and in return we make social media posts, and we teach bartenders on videos how to use the rotary evaporator, which in turn is good for the company as well. So this is kind of like just an idea of like how we get by. Another really important thing that I had to do is I had to create a framework for the drinks, for the style of drinks at Wax On. As I said before, I used to work for Scout, and Scout's kind of ethos was locally sourced products. And I've also worked for kind of like hotel bars and things before that have super big budgets. And I basically like, I didn't have that available to me. I didn't have that time, and I didn't have that budget to work around. So what I had to do was develop a system that was both easy to make a drink, that could deal with high volume. I could also teach new bartenders how to make drinks. You know, we have junior bartenders at the start that don't have a lot of experience with kind of like designing drinks, and that's my job. You know, I'm there to kind of teach them and bring them up. So what we did at Wax is, first of all, we use a program. It's called Ethel. This is a plug for my friend Alan. He owns a bar called Little Mercies in London. This is a fantastic program. It's basically a program where you enter all of your ingredients, what things cost, what ABV or what alcohol content the alcohol has inside, and it basically churns out everything. And this is actually one of our drinks. I don't remember which one, but it is one of our drinks, I promise. So you can see here like the ABV of the drink by the drink size, by the serve size, how much it costs you to make 10 liters, and also what's really important is your gross profit, is how much money you make on each particular drink. This is like absolutely crucial for us to maintain kind of and standardize our drinks at Wax On. And then what I did is, if you look at the menu and you're a bartender, you probably noticed that when we change drinks, like all of the drinks are actually the same drinks. So we're not constantly coming up with new recipes, and we're not like under pressure to be able to come up with those things all the time. Essentially, if we have a highball, the highball is always built the same, but all we do is we swap the ingredients out for seasonal ingredients, and that's the structure, and that kind of enables us to make the drinks like super quickly, to change the menu, but it also gives this kind of like skeletal framework for new bartenders to be able to look at a drink and say, oh my God, I get that. That's really easy. I'm just going to swap the strawberries out for raspberries. I'm just going to swap this for swap this. And that kind of like empowers them to make drinks. And then they start creating new drinks and going on their way. So this was like a really super beneficial thing that we did for the bar. Another limitation, the bar is in Berlin. Berlin is very different to other European cities. The city itself really defines who we are, what we're capable of, when we can open, and how much money we can make. So, as probably most people know, Berlin's like a super party city, the clubs and everything. It's not generally known for a cocktail scene, although there is some really up and coming and some old school bars over there. It really affected of who these people were, and not only that, it really affects the times that we actually open the bar. Like we close the bar really quite early. We close the bar at 1 o'clock in the evening, and we're really strict with this. And there's lots of reasons behind that. Is that one, it's more cost effective to the business. If people don't work longer hours, it's more cost effective, right? Plus, in Berlin, being honest, when we start to hit that 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, the type of guest that you receive in Berlin changes. So people have been out, a long day, and that kind of like, we're a seated service cocktail bar, and it'd be really difficult for us if our bar got slammed with people that have been out drinking all day long. Like, we can't handle that. So we made the decision to close at 1 o'clock, and we also open at 7 o'clock in the evening. And the reason being is in Berlin, there's not really kind of like this aperitif drinking culture. So people tend to go out and eat quite early, between say 5 and 8 o'clock, and then they go out to drink afterwards, and then they go onto a club. So we're kind of like slotted into this really small space, and we have to maximize the most out that we can get out of it as possible. Sorry, I messed that one up then. So yeah, the guests and the city itself and the culture is so kind of like, it really does define who we are. So anybody that's thinking about opening a bar, really try and get an understanding of like where you are, what's the vibe in your city, who are the people, what do they like, because it's just it's so important. This kind of like ties into what I was talking about before about time. So our work-life balance is so important to us as a bar. We only give 30-hour contracts in our bar, and bartenders only work 4 days a week. So obviously sometimes a bartender will have to work 5 to kind of like cover a holiday or something like this. But the standard week is 4 days on and 3 days off. And again, there's like multiple different reasons why that we do this. It's cost effective to the bar. It's like I've worked like some crazy intense hours in my life, and you just kind of like hit a point where you don't become productive anymore when you're just working all the time and it's too much. And for a small bar that operates on a really low budget, I really can't afford to have bartenders working there that are burnt out, because you don't really we can't become that unit, and we can't get the most out of that one night of service that we can possibly manage. And so yeah, it's a 30-hour contract, 4-day week, and we also when somebody is off, they are off. They're under no obligation to answer any messages. In fact, we use an app that we'll talk about soon called Slack, and they are obliged to turn it off. When they're not working, they're obliged to turn it off and not answer any of the messages. That goes for a holiday as well. So absolutely no emails, no messages, no nothing. Because it's so important to us that we're fresh and we're ready for work. We have to be there, because when we're working, we have to give it that 100% on the thing. Yeah, so systematic dependencies. It's so important for us to systemize the things that we do at work. It can't be a free-for-all, because the bar just wouldn't make it. We have to systemize everything that we do, and everybody has to do things the same way. So our systems tend to promote efficiency inside the bar. And it's not the systems that are put in place, for every single person. That's from me as the owner to the new person as the junior bartender. We do everything the same way, whether we have to, say, clean the toilet at a certain time, if we have to restock the drinks at a certain time. Everything is systemized, and everyone abides to the system. It sounds I'm being quite strict now, but we have some fun as well at the same time. Yeah. And this kind of like, so here I've put like everyone, including the owner and me. And one thing that's really important about the systems that I was previously saying is like no individual is bigger than the bar. No one is bigger than the bar. If the bar cannot open without one person being there, we've got a big problem. So we have to, thank you very much, buddy. We have to have some systems in place that treat everybody as an equal and allow everyone to be able to be, sorry, 1 second. That allow everybody to be able to work together and concentrate on the job involved. There are some minor exceptions that we do have that are really important to us. So junior bartenders, for instance, when they start, they're first expected to learn the ropes of service and opening and closing the bar, because they need to be at the point where they can open by themselves and be responsible for that evening's service to get everything ready for the bar. So generally speaking, we have a 2 to 3 month training period, an onboarding process, of where we just solely concentrate on making the drinks, so working on the bar, and working service and opening and closing the bar as well. We're getting more towards the end. How am I for time? I'm okay, no? 5 minutes? Okay. We're getting to the end, and then we'll go to a Q&A. Thank you for your patience, everybody. The basics. So I think that when I talk about the systems that we use in place, it sounds quite serious and it sounds quite strict. And so what we have to do is we have to remind ourselves that we have to have fun, and we need to keep it basic as well. We don't need to like get carried away with everything. We just have to. So the bar, like Wax On, is just a bar. It's just a bar with elevated service, because that's all we want to be. You know, we're not a heavily concept-driven bar. We're just a local bar where people can come and have a drink and just be treated with respect and as a guest, and come in and have a nice time and hopefully enjoy the drinks. And we try not to ever move from that concept. We have to remind ourselves, guys, we're just a bar. We're just bartenders. Let's come in. Let's have some fun. Let's make some good drinks and let's do some good service. The interior of the bar as well, I just wanted to point out, actually that was another thing in designing. The kind of the interior matches the city, and so Berlin is like grey, it's dark and things like this, and this is just another thing how like Wax On ties into its environment and the city that it's in. And it also happens to be that like making your bar out of concrete and things like this is super cheap, so that's why the two things tie really well in together. But yeah, just to kind of like go back to that point of being really involved in the place of where you live and recognizing those things. This one is really, really close to me. This is one of the most valuable lessons that I've ever learned in hospitality, and I was lucky enough to learn it a long time ago. When I talk about time and I talk about work-life balance, that doesn't just apply to us, that applies to our guests as well. You know, the guests as just who knows where they come from, who knows what they do, who knows what week that they've had, right? They could have just worked an 80-hour week, a 90-hour week, and they want to have a drink, and they've chosen to come to your place, and they've chosen to spend their money, and they've chosen to spend their time. Like, that's a really special thing for somebody to do, to come to your environment and, you know, choose to be there. And the thing that I always try to remind myself is, if you respect that and you remember that, everything else falls into place. Everything else just falls into place. Just remember that that person is a guest in your bar or your restaurant or, you know, your hotel or whatever. And if you treat them well, they'll have a good time. They'll bring their friends back. They'll come back as regular guests. And that's how the whole thing rolls together. It's just a roll. So it's something that I personally believe it should always be at the forefront of what we do in hospitality. The drinks-wise, a lot of people ask us how we do the drinks and what our style is. So our style is basically twists on classic cocktails. We like to make highballs. We do things like peanut butter and strawberry old fashions. We got a couple of rules. We call it bangers only. And basically, if you wouldn't drink two of them, it doesn't make it on the menu. No discussion. If you don't drink two, it doesn't go on the menu. And we just clarify a lot of things that we do in life because we like the way it looks and things like this. Yeah, and lastly, the work-life balance, we go back to it again. So we want to be a catalyst for bartenders to approach us to come and work for us in the future. No bartender is going to stay at Wax On for, I don't know, 10 years or 20 years. People want to go off. They want to do their own thing. They want to become their own people. They want to open their own bars. They want to, you know, work for a bar that's, you know, where they can learn more different things. So it's really important for us to just remember that we have to, as a bar, we have to respect the people that work at the bar above anything, so that we can become a kind of like a shining image to attract new people and new talent in the future. So I think I should basically end right there, right? I think I'm on my time. Yeah. I rushed through it a lot. But yeah, thank you for everybody for attending today. I'm gonna cut it there so I don't go over my time. But please, if you do have any questions, I'll answer them honestly. You can ask me anything you want to.
Well, I have a question.
Oh no, I don't have any earphones. I can't hear you.
I have a question.
Sure.
So my question would be, do you feel there's a difference when you...
Thank you.
We didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Do you feel that there's a difference when the team gets full insight to the financials?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a difference. I think they're empowered. I think it doesn't separate them from being a worker and being an owner inside. Yeah.
does it change the relationship with the bar? Because now they understand how fragile the ecosystem of a bar is, that if you give away this drink,
it's a good question.
you don't get salary.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. There's some things that I've noticed is generally kind of like bartenders feel more empathetic towards the bar. If you're involved in the financials and you're involved in the day-to-day operations of a bar, even if you're a junior bartender, you care more about it because it's just a natural human way, right? The more you know about something, the more you care about it. So, absolutely, yeah.
And does the no bullshit policy ever create conflict between the team?
Yeah, absolutely it does, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's not, this is, I don't want to give the impression that this has been plain sailing and that we've been happy every day. Like, it's difficult. It's really, really difficult to be honest and straightforward with someone simply because of the fact you don't want to hurt their feelings. So it takes time. It really, really takes time, but it's something that we really work towards, and we're not always successful. Yeah.
Because sometimes investing that time in communication is actually very time consuming.
Yeah, it is very time consuming. Yeah, you have to be quite dedicated, or you have to really want it. Yeah.
How did you choose the neighborhood in Berlin?
It was a friend of a friend, and there was no buyout money. It was my only option. Yeah, I didn't have any other options. I couldn't afford to take over the buyout money of any other place. So this one was essentially free. So I had to take it over, and I had to be like, okay, I have to make something here. It is what it is. Let's go.
And for those who doesn't know Berlin very well,
yeah.
Can you explain the area?
Yeah, we're in the middle of a place called Neukölln, which is attached to an area called Kreuzberg. So it's a little bit like, for any of you that have hung out in Shoreditch like 10, 20 years ago, it's like party town. It's like real party town. And then kind of like surrounding the whole area is really, really famous clubs that open for like 4 days. They don't close. People just party all day long. And we're kind of like in the middle of that. Yeah.
Is there a lot of other bars around you? Like cocktail bars, pubs?
There's lots of bars, but they're more like pubs, late night drinking bars. There's a few cocktail bars. The guys at Velvet, shout out to my friends at Velvet. They got best bar in Germany for 2 years in a row. Those guys are super close, so that feels like that's kind of like makes us kind of feel good that we're doing some support in the area.
Okay, my last question.
Please.
Before I hand over the microphone.
Okay.
So, proportionally, how much is your rent of your outgoings every month?
It's a good question. So my rent increases by 10% each year, and I should definitely know the answer to this off the top of my head, and I've completely forgotten. You've put me on the spot. It's not crazy. Berlin is a lot cheaper to rent than most other European cities, so it's actually quite low. Staff costs are much higher in Germany, so staff costs are actually around 40%.
Ooh.
Yeah, because we have to pay health insurance and we have to pay people's pensions. It's not the responsibility of the government to do that. It's the employer's responsibility. Yeah.
I'll pass it over.
You are also a parent. Do you have words on how it is to be a parent? How has that affected your perception of like encouraging hospitality careers and what they should afford people?
Yeah, absolutely. Nurture, you know, when people talk about nurture, it's certainly brought a side out of me that I wasn't aware that I had before. I was always kind of like quite hustle bartender. And now I'm more kind of like nurture. My baby was born at the same time that I opened the bar. It's definitely the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life, like hands down. At one point I had a new baby in my arm, I had a laptop in the other one, and then I was like clarifying raspberries over here, that kind of stuff. It was really, but kind of like the process of, it's the first time that I've been a bar owner as well. It's the first time that I've employed people. So I've kind of like just been thrown into that nurture kind of thing, which I guess why this is, you know, work-life balance, being respectful to people, like loving your guests, loving your staff. I guess that's where that's come from.
And do you have any sort of environmental sustainability initiatives as a part of your practice or as a part of the bar?
Yeah, it's definitely a part of the bar. I mean, obviously, being the bar manager at Scout, there was no way that I was going to be able to get away with not doing something like that. It's not something that we shout about from the environmental side. But I think that a lot of things that people don't talk about is that being from the environmental side can always have a really good impact on the financial side of things as well, those kind of practices. So we shout more about the financial side of things because that's kind of more intrinsic to what we're doing at the moment. We're trying to, get through and open this bar. But we do practices like we have a gimlet on the menu. The recipe stays the same all the time. We just swap the ingredients out. And how we, in fact, it's actually with this buck here. We take all of the old lemon and lime juice that's not used in the bar. We mix it with a little bit of lime skin, and then we clarify it with agar-agar, which is from this book here, from this recipe. So then we make clarified lime cordial, and we can make liters and liters and liters of it a week, and it always ends up in another drink. So it's a sustainable practice, but if I'm being honest, we probably do it more for financial reasons.
Hi.
Thank you.
So hi here.
Hi. Sorry.
So you said you opened the bar where you had a budget of 20,000 euros to open. So you get the money, and what are your priorities? Like, how do you do the design? You need to open. What is the delay? Because construction takes time. You need to start paying rent. What is your choice of taking staff? Like, did you hire everybody at once? Like, how that process with 20,000 euros started?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so I built the bar myself. I didn't have any construction workers. I had to hire one guy to help me with welding. Like putting metal together, because it's quite complicated. But I did everything else myself, and I essentially built it around the fridges. Because the fridge space is like, how many bars have we been to? And you go to back of a house and everyone complains about fridge space. We need more fridges. So I was determined to have like enough fridge space. So I kind of like found a good deal with some really good fridges. And then I designed the bar around this. And then the designing the bar and building the bar came before hiring the staff, So it was kind of like a process of building the bar to a point where it could work as an actual bar, and then filling it with the things that it needs to operate. So staff, glassware, those kind of things. So it's kind of all together, but separate.
And how long it took you to open?
I had to do it in 3 months. Yeah, I had to start paying rent in 3 months from when I signed the contract. And I didn't have any money. In fact, when I opened the bar, I didn't have any money to pay anybody for the first month. I had to actually make that money in the first month to pay everyone's wages. That's how tight it was.
And I think a lot of people, they don't know about these timelines where you have a certain period which is rent-free. You have like, if you go into a venue, you have to pay out the lease that is already there.
It's crazy,
and this is often the big barrier for a lot of bartenders when they want to open their own bars.
Mm-hmm.
We are a little bit ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
So is there anything else that you want to share with us before we let you roam free in the streets of Paris?
I can't think of anything per se. Is there any more like questions or anyone from the audience? I'd be more than happy to answer something. Oh, we have one here. This guy needs a microphone.
Jeffrey, always the troublemaker.
Did you say 30-hour week on your contracts?
Yeah, 30 hour.
How do you maintain a full staff, a full work week with 30 hours? I mean, every city is quite different.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Do you pay them more, or I always like to understand that a little bit more.
So I can't get into like actually what I pay people because that's private towards them. But we pay above average of the average salary within the city. In the week we only have 2 members of staff, and the weekends we have 3 members of staff. So it's like a real hustle when the bar gets busy. You really have to go for it. And this is kind of like how we manage. We have this balance from kind of like an intense work to a nice kind of relaxed time, 3 days off of work. It took us time to get there. This is not a concept that we introduced that just works straight away. There's been moments where people have worked 5-6 days a week and everyone's too tired, and it wasn't working. We had to sit down and we had to say to each other, look, we can't do this. How are we going to do this? So it's definitely been a work in progress. Yeah, and it's something that's still evolving over time as well. Yeah.
So I'm going to finish off with one question, and
Please.
that is, if you had to give one advice
Yeah.
to the audience,
Yeah.
whether you want to open a bar, start a brand, be successful,
Yeah.
what is the one thing that you wish someone would have told you 10 years ago?
I think that manage your finances. Manage your finances, because they can escalate. They can really spiral out of control if you're not on top. It's like manage your finances. It's the most important, whether it be a small budget to a big budget. Figure out how Excel works. Have a spreadsheet when you're spending money. Do it with your salary, with the stuff that you're buying in the month, just to try and get used to doing it before. But manage your finances, because you're always going to need to buy stuff. You're always going to want to buy stuff. I'm always going to want this nice thing, or I need to go and buy one of these things. And if you don't start accounting for that, suddenly you've got a big portion of money that's not accounted for, and you're like, where is it? Where's it gone? One of my problems as a bar owner is I want to finish my bar. I want it to be the best it can possibly be, and I want to be able to work in it, and I want everything working. So I will tend to invest in something else when I probably should wait a month, wait 2 months, wait 3 months, save up the money and then invest. So, and that's definitely one of my shortcomings as a bar owner. But I would say manage your finances properly. Learn how to do it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, everybody. Thank you. Bye.
And I have one last request for everyone. Before you leave the stand, please give back the headsets, because it's not a single-use headset for sustainability. It's multiple-use headsets. Thank you. And for those at home, we'll take a break.
During the pandemic, I mean, in our industry, in hospitality, we had to stop. So after 1 month, you can imagine no income, salaries, rents and stuff. I mean, I can't leave the team because, as I always say, it's not 55 people, it's like 55 families. So you have kids, you have parents, you know, they depend on the business. So after 1 month, I said, no, I can't do it anymore. I have to find another solution. It was about how to survive at this point, right? It was about having food, but having good food, you know? So I said to the team, please, in 10 minutes, everybody, I want to see everybody on Zoom. Then we started the call, and I said, okay, I have 2 news. One very bad news, I mean, in 1 month, I won't be able to pay you anymore. I say, I have a plan B. Plan B is whoever wants to go with me to the farm, we will start the farm from zero. We came here and we were cooking together, we were doing everything together. And I mean, the relationship changed at this point. I would say like the most beautiful experience of our life is living together and building this together. We started growing, planting, and we planted like fruits, we planted herbs, coffee, like lots of things, and we process the products here at the farm and we send it to the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So what's driving me now? I mean, I've been living here in Colombia for 10 years, and Colombia gave me so much, so I always try to give it back to the country and to the people. I mean, we grew up together. There's no point for me to be an entrepreneur if you don't take care of your people.
Vivo en un país que vive en crisis. Y los argentinos estamos como un poco acostumbrados a calmarnos, a entender que toda crisis pasa. Nosotros abrimos en pandemia, era una crisis mundial y no sabíamos para dónde iba a ir nada. Nosotros abrimos y yo dije, todos los planes son semanales. Todo lo que nosotros decimos ahora que vamos a hacer dura 7 días. Después vemos. ¿Funcionó? ¿No funcionó? ¿Cambió? Ok, hacemos otro plan. Como líder, el gran riesgo es a decepcionar, es a que salga mal. Sin lugar a dudas, me ha pasado de que haya negocios que salen mal. Pasa. Creo que en los fracasos siempre se aprende algo.
During moments of disappointment, I think it's important for a leader to be open about their own feelings with their team such that the team feels like the way they're feeling is okay. And then a leader needs to be the person that says, okay, we're done with that. Now we're gonna keep pushing. There's this William de Kooning quote, I have to change to stay the same. I think the best way to prepare yourself as a business owner for times of change is to become comfortable with the concept of change and to recognize the fact that just because you need to change how you're approaching something, it doesn't mean that the way you were doing it before wasn't right. It's just that you're nimble enough to recognize that as times evolve, so must you.
Did your opinion or view on leadership change after you became a parent?
I think I will be a better leader for having been a parent to a toddler. One of my superpowers, I think, is having the ability to take an idea and communicating it in a way that makes sense to the person that I'm talking to, even if it's not something they are necessarily inclined to agree with. With a baby, you can't reason with them. And so you need to strengthen the muscle of encouragement.
Abrí mi primer bar porque ya había sido mamá. Una de las grandes preguntas que yo me hice en mi carrera se cumplió, que era ¿cómo voy a ser cuando sea madre? Y finalmente yo decidí que quería estar presente en los primeros años. Primero, tener hijos. Después, un bar. Creo que después de ser mamá me cambió la manera de pensar, de liderar, de trabajar en conjunto con el equipo. Creo que también creció mucho la paciencia con los progresos en el trabajo. El lugar de la mujer cambió mucho en los últimos años en esta industria, sin lugar a dudas. Antes había muy poco espacio para la mujer y los espacios que ocupaban eran por su look, por su estética o porque le convenía al hombre por algo. Creo que hoy cada vez hay más mujeres cumpliendo estos roles y que empiezan a tener experiencia y que empiezan a ser fuertes y que van a ser líderes. Y eso es lo que creo que va a hacer que realmente cambie el mindset general. Y van a tener mayor lugar en el liderazgo.
When you look at those that are getting their pictures on the covers of magazines or getting the big interviews, they're not those that are great at pursuing leadership. They're those that are great at pursuing products. We're almost celebrating solo artists. We're not celebrating the people that actually galvanize an entire team to do their best work. By only celebrating an individual, we're not actually creating the conditions where people come together as a team. Being a great leader is all about
embracing all that comes with a team working together in pursuit of something extraordinary.
Let's see if we're getting audio back.
I can hear you.
See this one. Do we have audio? Yes, we do. It's always the biggest worry on these things, audio.
Dean,
Monica?
I have a surprise for you. Can you guess what it is?
No idea. Is it a double espresso?
It's not a double espresso, but it is bitter. I'll give you that clue.
Ooh, more bitter than espresso or less bitter than espresso?
It depends. So there's that.
Please. Oh wait. I'm trying to use like a form of sonar to hear the echo in your background to know where you are.
I'll give you
I know
a
you're
tip.
in this direction.
I'll give you a tip. You can't hear it really. I was trying to like channel my inner Max La Roca.
I'm guessing it's a drink now because I can see I can see the back of you.
Oh really?
And it's not a shaken drink because we didn't hear shaking.
It's not a shaken drink, but it is 5 meters.
I can see.
4
I know
meters,
what it is.
3 meters, and in your hand it's a Negroni.
It's a Negroni. It's not a Boulevardier.
It's not a Boulevardier. It's a Negroni with the new bottle Campari.
The new bottle of Campari. Has
Yes.
everyone seen the new Campari bottle? They didn't change the liquid. They didn't change the liquid. Look,
They didn't change the liquid, but
And everybody, this is Karina.
This is Karina.
You're live. You're live. Say it that way.
There's multiple different cameras, and we are back, and we are about to start our next presentation, which is this wonderful gentleman. I'm standing in front of him, Jack Moorhead. We have a debate because I will never be able to pronounce your name properly because I can't say R, apparently.
Hello.
But Jack, let's get people in on the stand to sit down so they can listen to the presentation. Jack is the Academy Manager. Is that your title? Academy Manager?
Yeah.
Yes, from MAD Academy in Copenhagen. And for those who don't know the MAD Academy, it is an academy that teaches the future leaders of hospitality and gastronomy, bars, everything, and also do so in a very sustainable way. So I will give you the word.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Cool. First of all, a very big thanks to Monica and Campari Academy, from one academy to another. We love you guys. And also to all the people who have helped put together Cocktails and Spirits. I think we all know how much labor and effort goes into these events. So it's really great to be here. I'm going to talk about the importance and the impact of education in hospitality. And when I say education, I mean things like this. I think it's all too rare that we as professionals come together to learn about things other than our craft. So we should celebrate that, and we should be accountable. And in being here, you making a vote to sort of continue to have this as an option and an accessible topic. A little bit about me to start. I'm from this tiny, small place down here. This is the indigenous map to pay respects to the Ngunnawal people, but my city is called Canberra. It's where I grew up, and I worked in hospitality for 15 years in bars, restaurants, cafes. Pretty conventional upbringing during university as that sort of work. Hospitality turned into a career for me when I traveled. I went overseas. This is a small bar in Niseko in northern Japan, where I learned a lot about different business models and also the value and the differences in culture of hospitality around the world. And then on the far right there, may it rest in peace, is a bar that maybe more of you might be aware of. It's called Bulletin Place, or it was called Bulletin Place in Sydney. It was run by Tim Phillips, Adi Ruiz, Rob Sloan, and it's an amazing place. Sadly, it's no longer with us. But through all of these people and experiences, I learned a lot about hospitality and the conscious choices that business owners should and need to make in terms of designing and developing their businesses. Traveling brought me eventually to Copenhagen in Denmark, where I ran into this organization. Mel, as it's pronounced in Danish, means food, but also in English meaning, you know, to be a little bit mad about things in terms of being crazy, maybe a little bit upset about the status quo. This organization is now 11 years old. It was founded by a chef called René Simone Redzepi, who started Restaurant Noma. And we envision a world in which everyone working in hospitality contributes to a resilient food system and also a better workplace, better environment, and better food for all of us. But to do this, and what I'm here to talk about today, we need to ensure that hospitality itself functions, that it's equitable, that's fair, and that we have profitable businesses that do good for themselves before they can do good for other people or the planet. Secondly, this organization was created as a way to host conversations, to open topics that were unrelated to the craft. Things like cocktails and spirits might exist today in volume, but 11, 12 years ago, it wasn't that common for the hospitality industry to gather. There were definitely a lot more men and a lot more elite crowd that was involved in things back then, and gladly that has changed, and we're trying to also facilitate that change. Hospitality has evolved drastically over the last 2 decades, I think especially, as has the world. But the expectations that are placed on people to create businesses that are, quality-led with financial and environmental values as a part of them, and that also pay tribute to the social environment and support a social environment for their staff. That's very difficult to do when you don't get given the resources, the tools, and the knowledge that you need to be able to do those things. The aspirations and the burden has definitely grown on business owners, but the abilities and what is available to them in terms of tools and knowledge has largely stayed the same. Training in hospitality generally revolves around the craft. There's a lot of great books here, but to my knowledge, actually not a single one of them talks about pricing or costing. None of them talk about communicating or building teams, and very few of them say anything about environmental sustainability. And that's not to say they're not great books. It's just to say where the focus for our environment and our industry largely stands. You can also look at how much pressure is placed on our industry from a financial perspective and how much food in hospitality service has grown as a consumed product. These are, I get it, Western graphs. It's very difficult to find enough food research, and I hope that there's more of that in the future. But you can see here how many trillions of dollars are spent in the US alone on food away from the home, and that in the UK, people spend about 1/3 of their total salary each month on dining out. If you then look at the effects of that, our environmental impact of the food system and the food and beverages that we consume and produce, it's massive. 1/3 or 1/4 of our greenhouse gas emissions, agriculture use, land use, all these natural resources that we consume in doing and producing things that we eat and drink. And that's a hugely damaging thing that very few people in hospitality have any access to knowledge about. Also, if you're a consumer, this large complex system, there's very few ways to interact with it. If you think about the user interfaces for the food system, you have a supermarket, which is something that obscures a lot of information, gives you a huge variety of choices, but not really many actual choices, and it makes it very overwhelming to go out there and purchase food or beverage that you might yourself enjoy. Also, if you consider that this spending budget, 1/3 of our food comes from dining out and the other 2/3 come from supermarkets, then you have this other user interface for the food system. These are 2 venues in Melbourne, Munze, run by Nagesh Seethia on the left, and then on the right, a bar that maybe some more of you know, run by Luke and Aki. And these are, I think, good examples of why hospitality is so important in us making advantages or advances in how we consume food and the impact that it has on the planet. You can see here much better examples of how stories can be told around culture, quality, indigenous people are referenced, price is definitely there, but it's much higher. And you have people front and center telling these stories, which I think is a much more effective way than wandering through a large aisle and trying to hope that you find something that suits your budget and also doesn't wreck the planet. Secondly, another major reason we need education is because people are demanding it. People in hospitality, they want better environments to work in, they want better and equitable pay, salaries, they want to work on climate. These figures are from a survey of around 7,000 individuals from different industries, and 8 out of 10 of them are willing to work and want to work on climate change, but fewer than half felt quite able to or even knew what their businesses were doing. So I think the evidence is quite clear that education is necessary, and we need to start valuing that in other things than our craft. This is a quote from the Archbishop Desmond Tutu, but I actually stole it from a gentleman called Douglas McMaster, who runs a restaurant in London. It's the single most interesting restaurant in the world. If you don't know about it, it's amazing. They don't have a bin. Think about that. But there comes a point where we need to stop pulling people out of the river and go upstream and figure out why they're getting in. I think all of the causes that we see for damage, they're sort of hereditary, habitual practices. And the reason they exist is because we lack the knowledge at the starting points of our careers to know how to fix things and do better. So this is the project that we started, an academy, to try to address this, to try to educate hospitality, to give leadership, business, and environmental and sustainability training. And we had some unique inspiration when we tried to think about what kind of school does hospitality need these days. On the far left here, you have Hogwarts. So school should be magical. It should give you memories. It should be surprising and joyous. And I think, that's the best way to set in memory lessons so that people remember what they're doing. The second one is the John A. Paulson School from Harvard. It's engineering, and they have a food science subject there as well. And this is sort of to pay credit that academic knowledge, science, and those research practices are really necessary as a part of our industry as well. The Red Bull Music Academy is no longer with us, but it was a foundational thing that Red Bull did to basically gather groups of people around the world to do mentorship and innovation in like a peer-to-peer environment. It was a really beautiful project that produced a lot of talented musicians that are still practicing and influencing music today. And then on the right, maybe some of you know this from a no-name bar in London, but basically this is from a Bauhaus school, which was a design school, an architecture and arts school, and they built their foundational curriculum in a very different way. They approached it from the sense where both an artist and a craftsperson were teachers, but that you learned by basic things first. Rather than diving into learning to design buildings without knowing anything about wood or bricks, they started where you just taught for 6 months, where you were given raw materials and asked to explore them, to learn about them and play with them. Imagine if in school or in hospitality training, we were actually taught about what carrots are or where Campari comes from and what's involved in producing it before we got into wasting it or using it or enjoying it. It's just a different way that we thought about structuring a curriculum. So to date, we've been doing this for 4 years. We've hosted around 30 different 5-day programs, and each of those hosts 25 to 30 individuals from the global hospitality industry. The coursework is stimulating. It's a really fun and collaborative environment, and we're trying to build courses that in 5 days can give people a leg up, can upskill them to be able to tackle 2 major topics that we see as pressing needs. Leadership and business, where it's very obvious that our industry needs support in building and adjusting better business models to support new generations, new expectations, but also to repair a lot of the cultural damage and the failings of the past. And also on an environmental and sustainability front, that our business and our food system is hugely costly and taxing, but people have no idea how to interact with the choices they make in their beverage or bar world, or food, coffee, all these other industries as well. And we try to explore these through classroom sessions, field trips. There's a lot of great food. It's very fun and interactive, and you're bringing people together from all around the world. Whoops. This is roughly what it looks like. There is some time in lectures. There is some time in the field. We really try to teach anyone that works in hospitality. You're welcome to apply if you work in an independent restaurant as a dishwasher. We also have people from chain restaurants, from franchises. We've had people from hospitals and canteen cooks. Anybody that interacts with hospitality is welcome at Mad Academy. It's not just for fine dining, and it's not just for chefs. It's really, really beneficial program for anybody who interacts with hospitality as a profession. We try to teach in blocks, so there are 5-day programs throughout the year, but generally in the summer, in the warmer months, Denmark in winter, it's not such an enjoyable place to visit, but shout out, it's still a great place to live. And the approach that we've taken to designing the curriculum is to sort of think about a menu in terms of how can you have balance, how can you deliver things in sequence, and what kind of experience do you want people to have as they learn. We have 4 pillars and then something that underlines all of those. fundamental knowledge is the first pillar. So how do we motivate learning, give people a chance to make better decisions and feel empowered? Practical tools, we really need this to take action quickly. We want the tools and the knowledge that you take from this program. The minute you come back to work, the Monday after that week, you should be able to do things better. You should be able to improve. You should be able to reduce your carbon footprint, communicate better, and hopefully make more money as a business. Inspirational talks and visits, this is more about a mindset shift. I was talking with Maria earlier about the fact that I think the philosophy of hospitality, but also in general our world, we need to change how we see what a life is. Should we be able to fly everywhere on a whim? Maybe not. Should we eat meat 6 times a week? Maybe not. But it's important that we give people a chance to sort of make that adjustment and an encouragement to see why it's necessary. Community, obviously a huge thing and also a great part of the hospitality industry, but giving people perspective gives them a chance to both learn from others and see where others have succeeded, but also a chance to build a presence, that we want this to be a movement that will eventually get to a critical mass where all of these good practices hopefully become habitual, as hospitality is such a sort of iterative industry. And lastly, that this is a school for hospitality. It's so important that this exists, given that there are so few other resources out there. There are not leadership and business trainings that are regular in any business that I know of in hospitality. At the start of the week, we ask all of our students if any of them have received any training on what they're there to learn from us. Literally 99% of people have never had any sorts of training on business or leadership, let alone environmental sustainability. A couple of quick examples that I'm going to touch on, pressing needs, definitely psychological safety and workplace environments and diversity and inclusion. These days, these are growing into like some of the biggest topics to address, which is a very necessary change for our industry to make. But how do you actually implement this in a business? What practical steps do you take, and what kind of environment does psychological safety thrive in? Something that we spend about a full day teaching. And then financial value. Obviously, we all know that this is a tough industry, but it's not like magically different from any other. It's still a business that functions on the same levers and the same mechanisms. So in terms of learning more about it and removing some of the taboo of finance, I think it's very important. We dwell on this for like a full day. It's very practical about learning about balance sheets, costing, profit and loss, looking at the mechanisms you have within a business, and also the choices that you should make before you open one. What kind of risk do you want to take? How much money do you want to earn? And how long do you want to be doing this for? 3 questions that I'm not sure many first-time business owners ask themselves, but they certainly should. Environment and sustainability program, again, really practical tools here on the left. This is a goal-setting tool. My impression of most people that want to make environment and sustainable related changes, they're a little bit dreamy. They have a great goal, they want the world to be a better place, but they're not the most practical people, and they struggle when it comes to communicating and implementing those goals. This helps them drill down to a practical level. In this case, if we want to actively promote biodiversity via our menu as a business, maybe we should no longer work with producers and growers that spray pesticides and use fertilizer. On the right, this is a calculator of a different kind. Rather than calculating the price of your dish, this will tell you the CO2 footprint of that dish. It's based on life cycle assessments, which is a complicated scientific measure that basically looks at the whole impact of something from the minute it's started till it's thrown in the bin or hopefully consumed. And this is basically a great tool for comparison. Another principle to think about is once you measure, you can compare, and once you can compare, then you can improve. And this helps people improve their menu choices. Functioning as a school is not just about running a nice classroom or feeding people. And I think likewise, teaching people to operate in a business or to run a more sustainable bar program, you need to take them out into see other things to broaden their perspective. 3 examples of different classroom environments that we use. On the left, this is a waste incineration plant that provides electricity and heating on a municipal level to almost all of Copenhagen. So our students get into the guts of that to learn about the true dynamics of the waste system and how what they throw in the bin actually also heats their homes. On the right, have basically like a geoscience center where some of the oldest ice cores drilled from Antarctica and Greenland are stored, and the students in this image are visiting the ice sheet on Greenland using VR headsets. But here we have a talk about like the true phases of climate that we've gone through, what has historically happened, and where we sit now in terms of climate change. So a big picture, big thoughts kind of thing. Getting a bit of a hand cramp. On the far right, this is a seaweed, basically like supplier for restaurants in Denmark. It's called Dansk Tang, which means Danish seaweed. And this is Simon. He's one of the founders. It's a father and son company. And it's interesting for many reasons, but it was started to directly service restaurants with a unique food product, using basically like advanced research and new techniques that they have pioneered. They're able to grow and harvest wild 20 seaweed species in Denmark, and they've changed the menus of restaurants with that. And I think it's a very interesting example to think about the purchasing power and the leverage that hospitality has to create research opportunities and new business types. We work with a very exciting and I think truly magical faculty. These people come from all walks of life, all types of business. They're not just from hospitality. I think it's very crucial that we also look outside our industry for ways to do things better and to celebrate. Three couple interesting examples, maybe Joshna Mirage. She's basically like an activist as well as a chef, someone who hasn't deployed her skills as a cook in a traditional way. She's working to shift prison and hospital food and to cook more food in schools at a better level. Elena Regan, someone who had a Michelin-starred restaurant who she gave away to her staff because it wasn't for her anymore. She wanted to move and open a cabin in the woods with her partner, which she's now done to also a great success. And then Tatiana and Katya Leva, some locals here in Paris, two women that were certainly not set up for the success that they've had, let alone the challenges that they've faced being migrants, being females in the kitchen, and also having children, and still managing to successfully open two incredible, delicious venues. Monica's also pretty great. I should say as well, the reason we choose these people is not because they're famous, it's because they've made conscious choices. And I think that's like a principle that we have at Mad Academy is like, we should not do things the way others have done them. Like Einstein has this quote that you can't solve the problems with the mind that created them. And I think this is something else that our industry needs to weigh in on and think a little bit about. So our program, I'm going to be very honest with you, it costs 5,000 euros for 5 days of education. And to me, it's incredibly valuable and it delivers on that. And I'll tell you a little bit about the evaluations of that effect afterwards. But often people sort of balk at that, and I want to just sort of maybe put some places or put some points to what else we spend our money on. Very expensive wine, really delightful, expensive menus, visiting a production site of Glen Grant whiskey. All of these things are things that I have done. I'm not criticizing them. I'm just trying to raise an awareness that we already invest in education. We already spend oodles of our own money doing this. So I think it's also important that we look at like what value we derive from that and how we're already sort of trying to train ourselves. As a bar or a venue, you might spend a lot of extra money to have nice things to play with, rotovapes, very fancy wine glasses, all these sorts of things that add a lot of value to your experience, and they're things that you like, and you should invest in them if you want. I don't own a rotovap, but I do have some nice wine glasses. And lastly, existing training. Our industry does have some history of training outside the craft, but often it's sort of specified and it's not too common. And otherwise, training outside the craft is also very, very common, but you know, it's not specific to our industry. So taking some of the knowledge from a program like the Alt MBA, which I did, it was a lot of fun, really interesting, but there wasn't a single restaurant or bar referenced in any of the materials, and I did find it a little difficult to relate to. So, as I mentioned, we've been doing this for 4 years now. We have 800 bartenders, cooks, waiters, servers, business owners who've graduated our programs. They come from more than 70 different countries and all different sorts of businesses. And we recently did a survey to look at the impact that they've had within their business. Now, because we don't really want to teach necessarily specific changes, because context is very important, we tried to look at the principles that they've had and ask them for things that they feel we've attributed to them successfully implementing. They all mentioned, firstly, that they felt a renewed sense of faith in hospitality as a business and as a career. I think the 5 years of the past have definitely quashed how much we love this industry, and it's been feeling very difficult. So it made me very happy to see that. But they also gained some very tangible things. On an environment and sustainability front, 80% of them had managed to reduce their waste of energy, their food waste by up to 2/3, and cut down on their business's environmental consumption of energy by around 15%, which I'll get to in a minute, but that's a pretty big deal, both on a financial sense and also in terms of CO2. Leaders and business owners, they definitely reported much more confidence and much more comfort with their numbers. as I said before, like if we want to do good things with our businesses, we first need to have a good business. So I think it's very important that our industry comes to grips with the numbers, dives into that, and we start to deal a bit more with these sort of like KPIs, financial statements, and always accurately cost things. And then otherwise, that they feel better assured when it comes to managing others, and that employees both feel equipped to also manage the demands of their work, but also excited about promotion and taking on more responsibility because they finally have the tools and the knowledge that they need to do that. Some food for thought for those of you out there who are employers or employees or brands or suppliers. We also asked them what sort of barriers and challenges they had. So 96% of them said that their colleagues and their fellow staff members were absolutely crucial to implementing things. And 60% of them said that a lack of time and capacity within the team was a barrier. This is a few hundred people from 70 different countries, so it is a lot to extrapolate from, but I truly think that any of us that work in hospitality understand that these figures are pretty accurate to where we also work. Senior support and a mandate and an engagement from superiors was crucial and really necessary, and of course a lack of financial resources makes things difficult, but only in half cases. There's plenty of changes we can definitely make that don't require financial cost. In fact, many of them actually will provide financial returns. 80% of our suppliers were also needed as allies, and 60% people ran into these parties as barriers. I think this is a great thing to talk to your brands about, to talk to your suppliers about, and like really, like how many of you have ever gotten on the phone with them and asked them what their sustainability initiatives are? Laundry company that we work with, we called them, they explained fully how they're switching within the next year to like organic materials, and they've got these processes on hand to try to reduce the water that they're using. So it just takes asking sometimes to find out what people are up to. Lastly, I think it's good food for thought that we often in hospitality prioritize our guests, sometimes to a dangerous extent, I think, in giving them too much power. 40% of our people said that they were very important to making change, but equally 44% said they were not important and not a barrier to making changes. I think this is a very good example when it comes to pricing, that often we're basing our thoughts about customers' reaction on our assumption rather than actually knowing what they're going to do. And a fun experiment, just play with your prices for like one night. Like move them up and down, change one dish, see what happens, and ask your servers or your bar staff to check in on if anyone actually reacted. All right, on the theme of sharing knowledge and encouraging impact, this is going to get a bit nerdy for a minute here, but at the top graph here, you have a fridge that is in poor working order. The coils on the back of the fridge that condense the unit and put in cool air, those things, when they're not in good nick, it takes it a lot more energy to run. So you can see at the top here, it's like constantly drawing energy. Which is a cost. And this is a bottom one, which looks maybe more dramatic, but basically it's switching on and off much more often. So it's not drawing as much energy. If we look at this, you know, that appliances and in this case refrigerators consume huge amounts of the energy that our businesses need, up to 25% refrigeration, probably more if you're a bar. These are from restaurants, but 40 to 60% of your total energy will come from these units. And in an average study, that was about 180 kilowatt hours a day, which adds up. You know, if you think about it in terms of CO2, it's 200 kilos a day and 73,000 kilos a year, which is roughly the CO2 emissions that 16 cars will put onto the roads. If we look at it from another angle, finance matters a lot these days, especially during inflation. These figures also turn into real currency. So we had at 20 euro cents per kilowatt, and that's 36 euros a day, 13,000 euros a year. I think most business owners would be pretty happy to save on this, and you can definitely do that. With regular maintenance of these things, aka every single week, vacuuming the condenser coils on all of your refrigeration units, you can save 7,500 euros. And a hell of a lot of CO2, which is taking 8 cars off the road. These are just the small things that if you think about, and if we scale, turn into significant impact. Let's say there are 1,000 businesses represented here at Cocktails and Spirits this week. Pretty safe estimate. 7.5 million euro if they all do this. 8,000 cars. Like these sorts of changes, if we all start to adopt them, if we're all a little bit more aware of our impacts, it's massive. It's absolutely massive. And think about that. So I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to take some questions, but some sort of parting gifts and a thought. For me, I view training and education as mise en place for the future. not just for my future, but for the industry's future, that we can all build better habits, and those will hereditarily be passed on. We love copying recipes, we love distributing things here, and I think if we can just put good practices in where bad practices exist now, those are also going to get carried on. They're going to get taken around the world, and encourage you all to share. These are a couple of principles that I've thought about over the last 4 years of doing this and observing hospitality people learn. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I really think up the top for me is to be conscious, to not do things in the way that others do, but think about how you want your life to be and build your business and your work around that. Thank you very much. Just a quick sort of pitch. Our programs are opening very soon for July. Our next courses will be in 2024. As I said, they're for anyone that works in hospitality. If you're a business owner, I would love if you paid and sent your staff here, because then you're making a vote that they matter and they're going to feel motivated by that. We also do custom programs and business trainings. Those are available for anybody out there. We've also worked with, for example, municipalities and governments to work on training their social sort of sustainability or environmental sustainability for larger groups. So if you know people that want this, please put them in touch and sign up for our newsletter, follow us along, and you can always email me personally. Very happy.
You were perfect.
Okay.
And here is your headset, so we can have a chat.
I'll try.
Yes. So, I have a question, because one of the things that I face on a frequent basis is, how do you convince an employer to make that financial commitment and send someone to you? What is the argument? I know you said it, but specifically, we can have it on repeat.
I think it's a really difficult thing to tell people how to spend their money, and I don't feel in a place to do that. But I think there is enough evidence by some of what I've shown, and that people really need this and they want this. And I mean, I can say it in such a way where most often the discrediting fact of that is like, what if I pay for this and this person leaves my business? Yeah, fair enough. But then maybe you were not a good enough employer to retain them. So what if you pay them and they stay? And then they improve your business and you gain the benefits. And I mean, for me, it is. We're a bootstrapped industry, but I think in many ways we should be more financially sound. We should build rock solid foundations for our businesses. And the only way you're going to be able to do that is if you have more knowledge. And if you don't have it yourself, then you're either going to have to pay someone to get it, or you need to study. And we're just a resource for this. I'm not saying we're the only ones that do education that's valuable in hospitality, or that you have to do this sort of thing. But I think if we spent 10% of the time that we do learning about craft and reading really fantastic books about fermentation, how to make drinks, if we spent that 10% on learning about other things like accounting, KPIs, costing accurately, or the environment and the impacts of our work, that's enough.
And for someone who is thinking to take the course, is 5 days really enough?
Well, we want people that work actively in businesses. So we tried to design it with the most amount of time that we thought people could take off work, and the least amount of time that we could deal with to actually go deep into a subject and change people's minds. And I mean, you have been at our class. For those that haven't, like at the start of the week, everybody's really anxious, they feel very nervous, and at the end of the week, it's literally like a party. People are so happy, they're so inspired, they feel invigorated, but they have a community, they have people that want to make change like they do in their industry, and it's a very, very powerful experience. So I think 5 days it's not enough. Everyone wants more. But to be practically honest, the costs and things for us then, that would just increase the cost for the program.
And how do you, after you take the course, like what are some of the examples, specific examples of the students going away and implementing change straight away or doing something?
Yeah, well, that's a really good question, and there are a few that come to mind. One is a woman who came to our program. She was really invested in environmental sustainability before she came. She worked for a large restaurant group in London, and she went back, and then she convinced them to basically change her role entirely to become the head of sustainability for their company. They operate 18 different businesses, and they have more than 1,100 staff. So you can imagine the volume and the scale and the responsibility that a person like that has, and also the impact for changing those businesses. So that's something, and I mean, they deal specifically with like how they source as a company, where their utilities and energy comes from, what their base practices are around water use, how much cleaning materials they distribute, all these sorts of finicky small things that it's really hard to overview as a business owner because you're busy. Another case, maybe along the lines of like public activism or something we don't think about, but a hospital chef. So someone who is responsible for waste in a hospital for over 13,000 like medical patients. So multiple hospitals in the Midwest in the US. Basically the same thing happened for him. So he came back, he put in place practices, and then like the head of his hospital brought him to the boards for all of the hospitals, and they basically promoted him to a position where he was able to take control of the waste, specifically food waste in this case, for like 4 major hospitals in the US. And I mean, that's a significant amount of food, like thousands and thousands of meals every single day. And I think another very basic one is a guy who runs a fish and chip shop in the UK. He came and then he was like, wow, okay, I went home and I raised my prices 15%. He was like, now I'm teaching other business owners. I live a really happy life. I make a hell of a lot more money. And none of my guests said a single thing. So that's also a sort of something that makes me feel good.
I'm going to let other people ask questions, but I just need to ask you. So is it per fridge or is it per venue? How much money you can save by cleaning your fridges?
That figure is based on like if your venue consumes 180 kilowatts, which is what the research paper that I looked at used as an average for what venues combine. But I mean, you can do this when you just look at your energy bill when you go back, but you should clean every single fridge. You know, it's like really annoying to like pull the fridge out and go behind it with the vacuum and brush off those coils. But I mean, I also now do this at my house because it saved me money. And I mean, it's seriously like, it's one of these small things that will take you 5 minutes at the end of a week, but it's going to make like 50% capacity change for the unit itself. Same goes if you have like a central refrigeration or a cool room. Basically, the bigger it is and the more often that you open it, the more energy you're going to draw. So for me, when I worked at Bulletin Place, we had a lot of home freezers that we opened like literally every time we needed a cold glass, and they all became like super inefficient over time, and we never cleaned the back of them. And now I understand why, but I also understand the serious cost that Tim and Adi and Rob were bearing because of my want to have a frozen glass.
So you could almost, if you clean your fridges frequently, you can hire a person just to clean the fridges and then sell some drinks on the side, and it pays for itself.
Yes, there's another very good example of that is like working with broken equipment. If you have a 10-person team and each person takes 2 minutes a day to deal with something that's inefficient or broken, that over the course of a year, this is on Danish figures, but you can pay a full person's salary by the time that you lose for each of those staff spending 2 minutes a day on dealing with that like dinky fridge door, or when they lose like a gastro tray because the clip breaks. Like these sorts of things, we do it because we want to like avoid this initial cost. We see like the short term and we're like, oof, that's like a pretty expensive thing. Do you really need the new package yet? Can we just deal with one blade? It's like, no, you should make up for that and not like artificially subsidize your profit.
Yeah, and in an industry like ours where so much is taught behavior, it becomes really difficult to see the bigger picture because you never have time to step out and you get stuck on the details.
Yeah.
Any questions? Yeah.
Hi, thank you. This is very insightful and extremely interesting. I could listen to this all day.
Oh, careful what you wish for. If you come, you have to listen to me a lot.
No. Thank you very much. No, I just have a larger question. I'm really happy you mentioned Silo because it's been a massive inspiration to me as a personal career as well. Things I have done in the past, and even today I live in London, so it's one of my favorite restaurants. And the question would be, what food scene or bar scene, because you clearly are exposed to a lot of people and in cities and you travel, will be the most inspiring in this change? Like, which food city today you think is not only pioneer but also to look up for, kind of thing?
Yeah, it's a very good question. In 10 years, I'm going to tell you wherever we've sent the most students. But right now, I often talk with Doug about the fact that, like, why has no one copied your restaurant? Just to give a bit of an example, like he makes 15% profit. His food cost is 6%, 0.6%, and his staff cost is 45%. But that's the way that you move things. Still, like 15% profit is something that almost any business in the world would be very happy to have. And I think in this case, it's because people don't believe it's possible. They don't actually believe that what he does is real. And there's too much hearsay in our industry, and people are too ready to criticize. To answer your question, though, I actually think it's like Latin America. When I meet people from Latin America, they're like really cracking on with stuff. You know, they have a lot of barriers that are very different to the Western world. Maybe there's less hearsay there, but, you know, they deal with really, really different political and legislation situations. But they seem to be able to crack this. They have like this passion and this dedication to getting things done that I find very admirable and very inspiring. But I really do think like there's not enough examples, and I don't think it's necessary that you communicate about your sustainability initiatives. I think we all over-communicate. Hospitality is not like an education. Going to a restaurant doesn't need to feel like you're learning things. But you know, there's also a power in hospitality that when you make good decisions, you make them on the behalf of every one of your guests. Rather than just cooking a meal at home or preparing a cocktail from your freezer, which is your footprint to own, when a business owner in hospitality makes a decision, they make a decision on behalf of like 200 or more people every night. And that's super powerful to take responsibility for. So I think it's another incentive to think about like what kind of business do you want to be, and you don't need to communicate about it. Like Doug is a perfect example. When you go to Silo, when I went there, I was very anxious and I really hoped it would be good. But the most surprising takeaway, other than the fact that it was truly delicious, was that it just feels like a normal restaurant. Like it doesn't feel strange or zero waste, and they don't scream at you. We don't have a bin when you come in the door. Like it's just like eating anywhere else. And I think that's the most powerful example that there can be, is like you can make all of these changes or a lot of them, and like literally no one will know. So if you're not seeking it for ego or anything like that, then that's like a really important piece to hold too.
Question. Okay, so this is, when it comes to sustainability, definitely one of the things to crack. You know, the fact that it doesn't only have to be intelligent, smart, and the obvious choice to do, but it also ultimately needs to be delicious, which Doug's food truly is. But when it comes to education, it's a completely different topic. So as a young bartender, if you don't really know which direction you want to go, you don't know what you want to do, why should you take the time? Why should you sacrifice your evenings studying now when you can also just go out having fun and drink?
I mean, again, this is a very subjective question, and like I can only speak for myself, but my experiences in terms of like spending money to learn, they didn't come at the cost of experiential enjoyment or satisfaction or deliciousness. But I did have to think maybe longer term, rather than going out to like local restaurants every Friday. If I wanted to travel and see more or learn more, then of course I would have to sacrifice some of those meals to go and save money to like go and live in Japan and bartend for 6 months. But I think, you know, weighing those investments and tracking your costs is one way. The other way to think about this is, I was reading, I can't remember the guy's name, but he wrote this book called Atomic Habits, and basically he talks about information flow. So what you put in your brain is what you're going to do. So the Instagram that you follow, like that's going to dictate like what kind of Instagram posts you make, but also where you want to eat or what kind of clothes you want to buy. Same goes for newsletters, TV shows, like anything that you take in, that's going to turn into what you actually do as well. So I think it's really important that we make active and real choices about the types of things that we feed ourselves. You know, there's also this concept of like an information diet. You know, thinking about the fact that you don't always eat bad food. It should be the same. Like, don't always watch crushable Netflix series. Maybe watch a documentary now and then, or ask your friends to go to the premiere of like the new film on climate, or, you know, go to a talk from someone who is diverse and is inclusive in their practices and learn from them. Come here, like this. I can't wait for like Lorraine's talk and Maria's talk. I think it's really, really important.
And it's something about empowering yourself as well to understand what is good for you, because when you become or when you have the power to read your contract, to understand what it says, or to negotiate in a good way, or you know what is legally required from your employer, you can take care of yourself and you can make the hard choices when you're young, so that you're going to cruise through your older age.
Yeah, I mean, costs up front often pay off in like a long time down the road. I think we're just out of time now, but just on that piece, I think we also need to be patient. Like, we need to respect our employers. They come from a different time, or maybe they opened a business at a different time with a different set of knowledge. So, like, it's really important that you also don't just, like, expect from them, but you're willing to help them. Like, go on this journey with them and try to co-create some change. I certainly feel that that's a very valuable way to do things as well.
I agree. And also the same applies for education, because I think the next generation definitely consumes information in a different way. So we need to reformat what education looks like. So it's fun, it's engaging, it's interactive.
Delicious.
It's edutainment, if you want.
Yeah.
And with that, I will say, please leave the headphones back here. And we know we are... We have one more question, sorry.
Sure.
Can you please learn how to sign language properly?
They were never taught.
I'm sorry. I come from a different time. So we got a question from Tilda online, and she's asked, question for Jack, just to clarify. What's one piece of advice you have gotten regarding leadership that inspired you the most?
Wow, that's a huge question. But thank you, Tilda. It's a good one. Maybe I can talk about an example of someone that I see as a model for leadership, and that's a colleague and a friend of mine. His name is Magnus. He ran a restaurant called Faviken in northern Sweden. He is very good at speaking from experience. He's very good at speaking on a factual level, and also understanding that people have emotional reactions to facts, and you have to weigh and sort of like delineate those things sometimes, and that you need to be like empathetic and supportive if you want people to come along with you. Like, it doesn't matter how talented you are, how good you are at cooking, and he can say that he was a bad person when he began his career. Not a bad person, but definitely a poor manager. But he spent time applying himself to learn skills, to get better. And I think that's like some of the best advice. It's like nothing comes easily, but even leadership, management, financial skills, understanding what to do with your life, like you have to practice that every single day. You have to make choices to do it, to learn about it. And he's a good example of that.
So, I will repeat. Leave the headphones, go for fresh air. Or if you are at home, you can watch the second chapter of our Perspectives Leadership Is. It's very good, actually, so you should watch it today. And we see you at 4 for our next talk.
Thank you.
During the pandemic, I mean, in our industry, in hospitality, we had to stop. So after 1 month, you can imagine no income, salaries, rents and stuff. I mean, I can't leave the team because, as I always say, it's not 55 people, it's like 55 families. So you have kids, you have parents, they depend on the business. So after 1 month, I said, no, I can't do it anymore. I have to find another solution. It was about how to survive at this point, right? It was about having food, but having good food, So I said to the team, please, in 10 minutes, everybody, I want to see everybody on Zoom. Then we started the call, and I said, okay, I have 2 news. One very bad news, I mean, in 1 month, I won't be able to pay you anymore. I say, I have a plan B. Plan B is whoever wants to go with me to the farm, we will start the farm from zero. We came here and we were cooking together, we were doing everything together. And I mean, the relationship changed at this point. I would say like the most beautiful experience of our life to living together and building this together. We started growing, planting, and we planted like fruits, we planted herbs, coffee, like lots of things, and we process the products here at the farm and we send it to the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So what's driving me now? I mean, just I've been living here in Colombia for 10 years, and Colombia gave me so much, so I always try to give it back to the country and to the people. I mean, we work together. There's no point for me to be an entrepreneur if you don't take care of your people.
Vivo en un país que vive en crisis. Los argentinos estamos como un poco acostumbrados a calmarnos, a entender que toda crisis pasa. Nosotros abrimos en pandemia, era una crisis mundial y no sabíamos para dónde iba a ir nada. Nosotros abrimos y yo dije, todos los planes son semanales. Todo lo que nosotros decimos ahora que vamos a hacer dura 7 días. Después vemos. ¿Funcionó? ¿No funcionó? ¿Cambió? Ok, hacemos otro plan. Como líder, el gran riesgo es a decepcionar, es a que salga mal. Sin lugar a dudas, me ha pasado de que haya negocios que salen mal. Pasa. Creo que en los fracasos siempre se aprende algo.
During moments of disappointment, I think it's important for a leader to be open about their own feelings with their team such that the team feels like the way they're feeling is okay. And then a leader needs to be the person that says, okay, we're done with that. Now we're gonna keep pushing. There's this William de Kooning quote, I have to change to stay the same. I think the best way to prepare yourself as a business owner for times of change is to become comfortable with the concept of change and to recognize the fact that just because you need to change how you're approaching something, it doesn't mean that the way you were doing it before wasn't right. It's just that you're nimble enough to recognize that as times evolve, so must you.
Did your opinion or view on leadership change after you became a parent?
I think I will be a better leader for having been a parent to a toddler. One of my superpowers, I think, is having the ability to take an idea and communicating it in a way that makes sense to the person that I'm talking to, even if it's not something they aren't necessarily inclined to agree with. With a baby, you can't reason with them. And so you need to strengthen the muscle of encouragement.
Abrí mi primer bar porque ya había sido mamá. Una de las grandes preguntas que yo me hice en mi carrera se cumplió, que era ¿cómo voy a ser cuando sea madre? Y finalmente yo decidí que quería estar presente en los primeros años. Primero, tener hijos. Después, un bar. Creo que después de ser mamá me cambió la manera de pensar, de liderar, de trabajar en conjunto con el equipo. Creo que también creció mucho la paciencia con los progresos en el trabajo. El lugar de la mujer cambió mucho en los últimos años en esta industria, sin lugar a dudas. Antes había muy poco espacio para la mujer y los espacios que ocupaban eran por su look, por su estética o porque le convenía al hombre por algo. Creo que hoy cada vez hay más mujeres cumpliendo estos roles y que empiezan a tener experiencia y que empiezan a ser fuertes y que van a ser líderes. Y eso es lo que creo que va a hacer que realmente cambie el mindset general. Y van a tener mayor lugar en el liderazgo.
When you look at those that are getting their pictures on the covers of magazines or getting the big interviews, they're not those that are great at pursuing leadership. They're those that are great at pursuing products. We're almost celebrating solo artists. We're not celebrating the people that actually galvanize an entire team to do their best work. By only celebrating an individual, we're not actually creating the conditions where people come together as a team. Being a great leader is all about embracing all that comes with a team working together in pursuit of something extraordinary.
You're gonna meet her also tonight. But she's going to go around the show with like a megaphone to say,
Hilarious.
They don't have like a sound and people are just going around.
I've noticed with all the talk, starts quiet and then people just.
Yes, exactly, because they say it all.
Makes sense.
My whole life.
So where are you based?
In Milan.
You are?
Yeah,
Okay, cool. How long have you been with Campari?
Oh, 1 year and a half.
Oh, nice.
Like 6.
Does it?
Yes.
A lot on always, right? So I sometimes work at your head office in London.
Oh, really?
Because I know the team there. Francesco and Rowena and Georgie.
Okay, yes.
So, PR.
Yes.
Because we're social enterprise, we don't have an office at the moment. We will have one soon.
Okay.
So whenever we need an office, I'm like, hi, can I come and work? And they book a meeting room for us and we turn up. And it's always weird because obviously the office, the team are there, and then they just see us like at the coffee machine. They're like, hi, thinking, do you?
Every time, like, can I just book a room for us? Tomorrow we can buy from each other.
Yeah. I'm there a lot actually. I love the space. It's beautiful. The rooftop terrace. Stunning.
That is going to summer. It's going to be amazing. Do you know Chris? Because he's from UK.
He is. Oh. No, I've not met him before. Hello. Hi, I'm Lorraine. Nice to meet you. Good, thank you. How are you? Yeah, regularly. Yeah. Are you? Oh, cool.
Yes, Executive Academy of
Right. Okay. Yeah, I love your office.
Exactly. I've been talking about our brands for 7 years, so
No, it's actually 10 minutes further out, but it's way better connection. So it's closer to train station.
Oh, she actually has one. When you said she's walking, I thought, hi everyone, like she's actually got one.
Heard the sound of it, like, oh, we need it. And then we go in the
That's like some.
I see.
I gotta be careful. What to say now.
I don't think I need it.
Hello, where's the microphone? Where's the handheld mic? I suspect you switch it on and hold it to your mouth, but tell me if there's anything else. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Here is a mute.
Yeah. Super. Oh, so hold on, I've got to press that to take it off mute.
One time.
Hello. How are you? Good, thank you. Are you? Good. Where are you from?
I live in Copenhagen.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'll see you in a minute anyway.
I will come and hand out the microphone.
Oh, will you? Okay.
20 minutes to start the live stream. We only have 2 minutes.
Okay, cool. All right. Where shall I put this? Where's it out of the way but reachable?
Here.
Yeah? Yeah, that's fine. Oh yes, click out, of course. Yes. Yes. You know what? I meant to ask if there was one and I forgot to. So
audio.
there is.
So we're back again doing our audio test, and Monica has decided to surprise me with another thing. I don't know where she's gone.
She has no headphone on her.
Can't hear me?
I can hear you, but she has no headphone.
All right. So we can't hear Monica. This is my messy station. It's getting more and more messy all the time.
I am here.
Aha.
I am here.
Okay. So where did you go?
I was just having a stroll.
Just chilling out, rocking it out.
Yes. I'm gonna go for a walk again. Is that okay if I use 30 seconds to go to the stage?
Okay. Rock it out.
Yeah.
We'll be right here.
Okay. Perfect. So I'm walking. And I'm walking, and I know that nobody can see me, but I actually ran into this very handsome gentleman that nobody can see.
Let's see. Hold on.
Let's see if you can guess who it is by his voice. So I'm standing with someone who's a very successful entrepreneur, and as a business owner, what was the moment where you felt that, okay, this is something, this is going somewhere, I am actually quite successful?
When I really, I never think I'm arrived. Like, I think that there's a lot of job to do. But I remember that I was with my parents out for holiday, and we went to a small city in Spain, and my mother just was looking like windows of a shop and say, "Oh, there is your stuff there. How is possible?" And I say, "Mom, we are start selling a lot and people buying all around the world." And so at that moment I understand, my product was arriving to normal people, like people that can find it everywhere. And I was thinking, okay, probably I'm doing something well, like there.
And one of your videos, actually, that we have on the CampariAcademy.com is the most popular one, and it's where you teach people to give feedback in Italian. So can you just show us to the camera over there one more time, how do you give feedback in Italian when something is not good?
Okay, yeah, no problem. Like, for example, well, what the fuck are you doing? I don't know. I know we can say fuck, but I want to say fuck. So what the fuck are you doing? You say like that, or are you sure it's well done? I say, like stuff like that.
I think we have to come back for a proper masterclass later, because we are ready for our next talk. On stage, we have Lorraine Copes from Be Inclusive Hospitality. And I am not the best at running microphones, but I do try. Here we go. And we are ready for our next talk. So everyone, please put your headphones on, but not take them afterwards, okay? And for everyone at home, please welcome Lorraine Copes from Be Inclusive hospitality. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. And welcome all. Thank you so much for joining me today. Let me just figure out how this clicker works because nothing's happening. It's not working. Yay. Oh, thank you. Let me start again. Thank you all for joining me today. It's an absolute delight to be here, actually. The weather is beautiful here, which I'm very happy for, because in England it is pretty cold, even though it's sunny. Anyway, so my name is Lorraine Copes, and before we jump straight in, I'm just going to give you some context to tell you a bit about who I am and why I'm here. And so I'll start by saying that I am British Jamaican. And what that means is that I am born in the UK, but my parents are Jamaican, which means that in my household, everything from food, culture, music was Jamaican. And when I stepped outside, obviously I was in England. I'm a multi-award winner, so I've been really fortunate over the past few years to be recognised for the work that I do, and that has been quite far and wide, so anything from GQ awards to being recognised as a social entrepreneur within the sector. I'm a food, drink and hospitality judge, so I work across the board, whether that is the Great Taste Awards, Uber Eats, Verve Clicquot Bold Women Awards. I feel really passionately about recognising talent within the industry, and for that reason do as much judging as I possibly can. I'm a lover of food, drink, travel and music, and I'm based in London. But for those of you that do recognise regional English tones, I'm actually from a place called Birmingham, which is the middle of the country and the best city in the UK, though I don't live there. And just to give you some context around my background, so I don't work specifically within bars, however, I do work within the hospitality industry broadly. So I'm firstly a social entrepreneur. I founded a not-for-profit organisation by the name of Be Inclusive Hospitality back in 2020, and we have a mission to accelerate race equity within the hospitality industry. I'm a consultant, and so my previous life, I describe it as, but for the past 2 decades, I have led procurement and supply chain teams for a number of leading brands, including the Gordon Ramsay Group, Shake Shack, Elior Contract Caterer, the list goes on and on. And so with a previous life in hospitality and procurement specifically, I now consult within that area for brands and businesses. I'm a coach. The common thread that you'll see throughout everything that I do and have done within my career is people and supporting people to move forwards and upwards. And my specialism, I would describe actually, as working with women at all career levels who want to improve confidence and courage to achieve their career goals. It's something I'm super passionate about and do an awful lot of it. And last but not least, I'm a speaker, and so all of the 3 things that I've described to you here today that I describe as a specialism, I do an awful lot of talking across the UK and across the world on topics that are near and dear to my heart. And so the theme for today's presentation is to be authentic, be intentional, and be inclusive. And when I was kindly asked by the team at the Campari Academy, Monica, to do this event today, I had a really long think about what would be relevant for each and every one of you here in this room, irrespective of what job that you do. And I think that what really resonated to me were some of the key learnings that I've had throughout my career and continue to have. And when I think about authenticity and being intentional, it has informed where I am here and now. So through sharing my story, I'm hoping that you can hopefully take away some nuggets that can inform your lives and your careers equally. What I do recognize and I always say this often, especially with my coaching clients, in this thing called life, we often are faced with tough decisions on which way to go. That could be from a career perspective, that could be from a personal perspective. But it's what is motivating those decisions is what I want to talk to you about here today and how I've arrived in my place. We're going to start with authenticity. And by authenticity, I simply mean to turn up as yourself. And the reason why authenticity is something that's really important to me is because throughout my career, I've been in many, many environments where I've often been the only woman, the only black woman, the only Brummie, person from Birmingham in the room. And when you are constantly a minority in spaces, it can force you to question who you are and whether you fit. And that's why authenticity is a topic, is a really important one to me. And I'm pretty sure for anyone in this room that has ever been in a space where they might feel othered, it might be also important to you. So I'm personally a lover of quotes, absolutely adore quotes. And I love this one in particular, which is from my favorite rapper, Jay-Z. And it's from a song called A Dream. And the quote says, "Remind yourself, nobody's built like you, you design yourself." And when I read it, I want to rap it, but I can't really rap, so I'm not going to bother that. But what I will say, though, what I love about this quote is it firstly talks to the fact that there's only one you, right? There's only one you. What it also speaks to, though, is the power of being able to control your narrative and control your life. And I think I should print this out and put it on a poster because I love this quote. I think it's phenomenal. But anyway. When we think about authenticity, though, in our journey, I firmly believe that the past informs the future. And so what I'm really going to take you through now is what has led me to a place within my career and my life where I lead with authenticity. And with that said, we are going to go slightly back in time. And we're going to go back in time to the 1960s in particular. So I mentioned at the beginning that I'm British Jamaican. My parents, my grandparents, and their grandparents were resided in Jamaica, shall we say. And the reason why I want to talk about Jamaica is because back in the 1960s, after the Second World War, a lot of Caribbean islands and former British colonies, or British colonies at the time, were invited to the UK to help rebuild Britain after the Second World War, right? And so my grandparents were part of that community of individuals that were invited. So in terms of them being in Jamaica, as a consequence of colonization and slavery. And so back in the 60s, my parents and their parents decided to migrate to the UK. And what was commonplace within the Caribbean was the sacrifice of traveling to a different country, setting up home, so finding a home, finding a job, and then about 8 to 9 years later, sending for your children. That happened to both my parents, and when I reflect and when they tell me these stories, and for those of you that might be in the room, just imagine the sacrifice of going abroad and saying to your child, "See you in 5 years," as you set up home. You know, it's a pretty difficult position for anyone to be in. Nonetheless, when I listened to the stories, what I took away from those stories was sacrifice, adversity, and fortitude. To have a vision and to pursue that irrespective of the circumstances that might present themselves to you at that moment in time. And so, as with many migrant communities, my parents ended up in a place called Burton-on-Trent, which is north of Birmingham, really small town. And that's eventually where they went on to meet. And my mum told me once a story of when when her mother sent for her to come to England, she expected the pavements to be paved with gold because she's in a small island of Jamaica and she expected England to be very rich, actually. And as I mentioned, off the back of Second World War, the country was actually in need of being rebuilt. And so her reality was very different. her reality was also one of hostility. You know, in the 60s, there weren't very many black or people of colour in the UK. And so she arrived in this place, which was strange and foreign to her. And both her, my dad, and their parents created a life in this city, in the town, sorry. And again, I'm very much a reflector. So upon hearing stories from my parents about their journey to the UK, the words that come to mind are courage, resilience, and optimism. And real resilience to leave your home country and to stay and persevere in an environment that has not always been the easiest to do. So my dad was a singer, quite a successful singer at the time. So I was on TV a lot, on the radio, had a record deal, has an album. And he decided to move to Birmingham to pursue his career. And my mum then, 19, followed him. My mum later then fell pregnant, and my dad was forced to get a proper job. And by that I mean, unless you are the Beatles or make it really big, earning money in the music industry can be really inconsistent. And so with a child on the way, he needed consistency. So he abandoned his career in music and got a proper job. This is my family in the 80s, so a very long time ago. But what followed my elder brother was myself and my younger brother. And I grew up in Birmingham, you know, had a relatively normal childhood as far as we grew up in a really multicultural area. And Birmingham is a place, if any of you haven't been, or if you've been to London in contrast, Birmingham is very friendly, warm. It's a really nice place to be, actually, and that was the experience of my childhood for the most part. But listening to my parents and their stories, again, the words that come to mind are sacrifice, passion, and love. So fast forward beyond my childhood then to the age of 18, and I went to university. And I went to university and studied a degree in logistics. Now, for those of you who are aware of what logistics is, primarily it's around the supply chain, it's moving goods from A to B. And it was probably the worst 3 years of my life. I was bored to tears, I really was. And in reflection, why I studied logistics, to give you context, is when I describe the historical context of my parents and my grandparents, them traveling to the UK for a better life, when I made a decision about education, it wasn't one of passion or love, it was one of stability and what to me at the time made common sense. And so when I reflect on my period then, that decision was informed by fear, safety, and I was just uninterested in what I was studying. And by fear and safety, for me, going down the route of business and logistics was a safety net of occupation and future career prospects in a nutshell. So the 20 years that followed, I had a relatively successful career within the hospitality sector, as I mentioned. My background is procurement and supply chain. And for me, the highlights of my career, whilst I was on boards for businesses, was the love for food and drink, being able to do it for free, and people. And what I've always loved about hospitality, phenomenal people, and being in a position where I could develop and support them on their journey. And that I did for a very long time. But also for a very long time, I felt as though something was missing. And what I mean by that is, if you think back to the beginning of the presentation, and I talked about authenticity, and I talked about the fact that in many environments that I've been throughout my entire career, I'm usually a minority in some way, shape, or form. And whether it was a circumstance or whether it was in my head, I felt as though I had to leave parts of who I am outside of work. And so for a very long time, I, for instance, had an Instagram which was procurement, an Instagram which was foodie and me. I had an Instagram that was coaching, and I really kept my life in silos. And again, this was by design of me believing that my authentic self could not occupy a single space. And then in 2018, after a long stint working for the Gordon Ramsay Group, I decided to quit my job and take some time out of work. And it was the first time in 18 years of working that I didn't work, and I traveled and I used space. And I don't know if anyone can relate to this, but often when we are working day to day, we have busy lives, we are not afforded the time and the stillness to really think about what it is that we want to do and really carve out what it is that we want to do for the future. And so I had that space, and during that time I actually completed a life coaching diploma, and that was transformational for me. It changed my life. And the reason for this is, in order to help other people to move forward, you've got to better understand yourself. And it was during that diploma that I better understood my values, I got really clear on what my purpose was, and I really, in that moment of, it was about a 10-month period, really recognized what was important to me as an individual and what I wanted to see in the future for my career and my personal life. And so I was faced with making a decision. Would I go back to procurement, or would I take an alternative route? And I actually decided to go back to procurement. And again, fear, safety. I had 18 years experience within the field. I was operating at a really senior level, and I opted for safety. However, as many of you remember, in 2020, COVID hit. And we were at home for a very long time. And once again, that afforded me the time and space to reflect. For the first couple of months during the pandemic, I spent all of my time talking to people that are previous colleagues, current colleagues, friends, family, that I liked and respected. And I was able to 100% turn up as myself each and every day. And it was in the early parts of the pandemic, actually, I decided that I never wanted to go back to the way I felt before, which was turning up with a part of myself present. And so during the pandemic, I decided to take voluntary redundancy. And in hindsight, it was an ill-informed decision, because if you think back to June, none of us knew at that point how long it would go on for, but I took the leap. I love this this picture, by the way, because it really does speak to the idea that we all do wear different hats, different faces, dependent on the environment. But what it really represents for me is the idea of always being able to bring every single face into my business, my work, and who I am and who I'm perceived as an individual and as a professional within the hospitality sector. And what I lent into in order to make that decision was courage, confidence, and clarity. The clarity was achieved through studying my life coaching diploma. The confidence really was built over time. Having, worked for 2 decades, I felt very confident that I had the acumen, the know-how, and the knowledge to launch my own business and veer into a different path that would be in the sector that I know well, but looking at different issues and tackling problems that are closer to my heart than, say, procurement. And so we're going to move forward now into being intentional. Another quote, which I absolutely love, is, "Intentional living is the art of making our own choices before others' choices make us." And this, again, it really resonates for me, because irrespective of what job you hold or where you are in life, it's recognizing the idea that if you are really clear on what it is that you want, whether that's your career or personal life, it's within your ability to carve that out. So a question that I asked myself an awful lot, especially when I was studying my life coaching diploma, is who am I? Who am I, and who do I want to be? And when I ask you that question, I just want you to think about what comes to mind. And whatever it is that comes to mind, is that who you want to be? You'll note I use jigsaws an awful lot. I see everything as a puzzle. And I think that for many people that I know, actually, that work within hospitality, their personal life does intersect and intertwine with their professional life. I think it's just by nature of what the hospitality sector is, because it's super social. People are really friendly generally, And this slide really represents my ability to do this without being operational within hospitality, which I'll talk about what I do shortly in a bit more detail. But what I also want you to think about on an individual level is what your mission and vision is. Often when we talk about visions and missions, we think about businesses, but I personally have a mission. And what is yours, I wonder? And my mission is absolutely to serve others who have been marginalized, and actually to build community. And that's what I'm on the journey of doing. So, but really importantly, I am keen to ensure that throughout my life, I have alignment in everything I do and in every way that I do it. And so just kind of recapping on what I've covered off to date, authenticity has always showed up throughout my career as a really important reflection that I've often had because of the environments that I've found myself in. Studying life coaching led me to becoming more intentional about how I lead my life and also ultimately how I lead my career. And in exploring being authentic and being intentional, it led me to be inclusive. And Be Inclusive Hospitality is the business that I founded back in 2020. It's a thriving community to accelerate race equity within the hospitality, food and drink sectors. And just to clarify what equity means, because I'm often asked the question, equity supports the idea and recognition that we're not all operating or starting from the same place. And equity supports the idea that some of us need more help than others based on historical context or other instances and issues that might disable others. So it's really about creating a level playing field for everyone that's partaking, whether that's in work and whether that's in life. And that's why we say equity instead of equality. We're a not-for-profit organisation, and we're also a social enterprise. And the business was born out of lack of representation of people of colour in positions of influence and the supply chain. And this business was initially founded off the back of my lived experience. But since incorporating 3 years ago, we've gone on to produce 4 industry reports, which also support my ideas and my perceptions of what the industry needs to do to become a better industry ultimately. And what I'm most proud about in starting my business is that we've really fostered community. And by community, I mean brands, I mean businesses. We have ambassadors from all backgrounds and career levels. We have mentors. And we have a community, a sizable community, who are all collectively working together to advance change across the sector. And I really do believe it's that community that has really propelled significant growth over the past 3 years, which we've been able to experience. And in some of our work, some of the things we do, I mentioned that we produce reports, so we produce something called the Inside Hospitality Report. I encourage you to read the report and download it. Whilst we have a very specific focus on race, we survey all hospitality professionals from all backgrounds. And just touching on some of the points that Jack had made earlier, just around training and education, there's some real nuggets and gems within the report that can apply to anyone within the industry. And something that really stands out actually is a stat that 82% of all respondents of our recent survey, so 3,000 respondents, all are optimistic and positive about the possibilities of a career within the sector. And so we know the optimism is there. It's what we do next to evolve and to ensure that it's fair and it's equitable, and importantly, it's inclusive. We hold a number of events, we partner with brands, we deliver scholarships, we deliver mentorships, but at the core of everything that we do is community, as mentioned. And so, bringing things full circle, when you think about all the key words I listed, and that I really took on board and in a way embodied, stories passed on from my grandparents, from my parents, that I've experienced myself, they all apply to me here today. I had to take courage and confidence to launch this business in the first place, but I'm doing it out of passion and love for the industry and the people within it. There's absolutely adversity, and I say adversity because the reality of the fact is not everyone believes there's a problem to address, and not everyone is supportive of the cause. However, I think having been on this journey, it's really shown me the best of the industry. You know, people that I don't know from Adam reaching out to me, extending an olive branch on how they can help in a very small way or a very big way. It's been a really joyous journey. And optimism really sits at the root of it all. Optimism because, as I said, I've really experienced the best of our industry. My network has grown tenfold since starting the business, and we continue to grow at pace simply because of community. Simply because of community, underpinned by our hard work. I won't discount that. It's been a hard and long journey, but it's been a fantastic one. It really has. And I wanted to share a bit about what we do in video form, but I can't see a play. So I think we'll skip past that. Can we play? Can we? No? Okay. Yeah, no? Let's see. No? Oh, God, okay. Thank you. Oh. I don't think it will. I think we might skip past that. It was a little 2-minute video, but if you check us out on Instagram or LinkedIn, you'll find loads of content on there anyway. I just wanted to kind of summarize by just reminding you of what it means to be inclusive and what inclusion is. And it really is the practice of providing equitable access, opportunities, and resources to people who might otherwise be excluded. And so the question I ask for all of you here today is, who's sat at your table? And I ask you this question because all too often the topic of D&I is discussed at length, and there's an expectation or assumption that it can only apply on a universal level or a business level. And the reason why I ask you who's sat at your table is because we all individually have the responsibility. And when you think about who's sat at your table, is it reflective of what you want to see in the world? And if it's not, just remember that it all starts with just a single step. And I think whether you're talking about sustainability, you're talking about EDI, it can seem like a daunting task, but it starts with a single step. And I ask that you keep that in mind as you walk away from this talk here today. What I'll finally add is that it's not a definitive destination. When you think about authenticity, when you think about being intentional, when you think about being inclusive, it's not an ultimate destination, it's a journey. And for all of you that are here today, I just ask you to reflect on what you want your journey to look like and what you want it to be. I am my brand, and I say I'll almost finish. There's one more slide after this, but I'll finish by just saying that when I talked about intention and I talked about authenticity, I suppose a key word missing from that is consistency. And my learning over the past 3 years has been this, that I am my brand, and I am able to carve out the brand that I see fit for myself. In the very same way, each of you can do the same, quite simply. Thank you all for listening. Oh.
Sorry, because for you to be able to hear, I need to give you this.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are back on. So I have a question. Because we were having a discussion earlier, and this stems from a larger discussion in narrative. Because a lot of the time you'll see people of color having a narrative that is not necessarily true or just. It becomes like chefs that are people of color. They always become successful because they were lucky, or they were they started as an immigrant and then they were just very fortunate to get to where they are. Then it's never because of their own accomplishments, as opposed to their maybe non-colored counterparts. Do you see this a lot, and how can this be changed?
I do. Oh, do I use this still? Oh, because he must. Anyway, hold on. I see it an awful lot, and I always try and lead with empathy, because in this thing called life, I think everyone is trying to be the best they can, make a successful living, and when you are a minority in any situation, it can affect how you show up. And I'm sure some of the women in the room, in the virtual room, can also understand this. I think with time this is changing. I think that the generation beneath me are unapologetically themselves and are, shattering ceilings in a way that people of my generation and those before me didn't have the confidence or feel that they could. So I agree with that statement, but I think things are definitely changing. And I think that not only the generation beneath me who are of colour have a very different perspective on how they are able to show up, and they show up as themselves, but also there are more allies that are actively championing people being themselves. So, yeah.
And, if you apply this to a wider application, like, for example, for bartenders, for young bartenders, how do they, for example, protect themselves from listening to all of the brands, the PR, the media telling them, you need to be this, you need to do that, this is going to be good for your career? How can they say, stop, actually, this is not authentic to me, I am me, I want to continue to be me? Because it's very difficult.
It's extremely difficult, and it really starts, though, with knowing yourself. I think whether the bar industry or as humans broadly, there's some inner work that we should all do to know who we are and what we stand for. Because when you get crystal clear on that, there's nothing that can sway you left or right if you are crystal clear on what it is that you want and how you want to get there. And I think the other thing as well to add to that is you can create your own lane, right? Yes, there are, I'm sure, really successful bartenders that exist that have pursued a particular path and achieved a certain level of success. But creating your path is very possible, and it's really visible and apparent in many sectors. And so leaning into that idea, but also just really knowing yourself, I think is really important, because that will stop the sways. And, even applying it to myself, we've been approached by some huge global organizations that we've said no to because what they have wanted to do or partner with doesn't align with our values and certainly don't align with mine. And I'd rather grow slowly, working with businesses who genuinely care about the work, than grow quickly with those that don't.
And when you talk about equity, this is becoming also a big topic within our industry, because now for a few years we've focused so much on diversity, but not everybody, but there's a lack of including inclusivity, because one thing is to get everybody to the table, but another thing is to make sure that the table is suitable for everyone and they want to stay. So, how can we make an industry that allows people to be different?
I think it largely comes through education, and as opposed to refer to a function of our business, diversity and inclusion, we refer to it as education and resources. Because one thing I've really learned over the past 3 years, but beyond, is that when you think about the 10 people that you spend the most time with, more often than not, we do this in workshops actually, but more often than not, they mirror you. Usually married if you are married, usually similar colour, dependent on where you live in the world. They reflect you. And if they don't reflect you, or if they do reflect you, how are you actively seeking out the opinions of others, and how are you seeking out knowledge to understand difference. Because until you do that, you'll only look at things through a bird's eye, a tunnel vision, and your ideas will be informed by external factors which aren't always accurate and aren't always true, i.e. the news, for instance, you know? And so there needs to be a real just common understanding of who you're working with, understand their cultures, you know, understand who's at the table. And then when you really understand them, then you can start to take the necessary steps to accommodate.
And do you think that, for example, this new popularity of social media has led to us losing a little bit the kind of ability to debate, discuss, have a conversation, and not take it so personal, but allowing for disagreements in order to find the solution?
Yeah. I think that social media can be hugely divisive. I think that there are certain areas of work that shouldn't really have a home on social media. But I also do think that social media holds people accountable and holds businesses accountable. And in many ways, that is very necessary. And I say this as a person that, thinking back to 2020, obviously the pandemic, George Floyd, and seeing a number of businesses utilize social media as a vehicle of support. Meanwhile, that support wasn't actually happening. And some of those businesses are held to account on that basis, and they absolutely should be. That said, I personally don't debate anything with anyone on social media. I post pictures and I'm off.
And as someone who has chosen to kind of have a very public narrative, it sometimes can get very draining. But when you meet those obstacles and when you have your convictions challenged and pushed back, is it always worth pushing forward, or is there any moments ever where you feel like, oh, I want to give up and have an easy life?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I'd say though, and I've said this a few times before, even though this business was founded off the back of a problem, 95% of my time is spent in a place of joy. And that is because we deliver initiatives to support people to move forwards, and we work with businesses that might not all the way get it, but are on the journey to getting it. And the quality of conversations you can have with people who are open to discuss is a really wonderful thing. That 5% is a headbanger. However, it's in the minority. And so most of my time is really spent in a place of really, optimism, being proactive, being collaborative, laughter, watching people develop and flourish. Like, it's mostly in a place of joy.
Do we have any questions from the audience? In real life or online? No? Okay. Yes, we have a question from Dean. Let me run. I don't know how Sav used to do this, honestly.
So my question is, how do you deal with someone who just flat refuses to change? You got an older gentleman, for example, part of an older generation that just isn't going to change. Do you ignore them and focus on the next generation, or how?
Yeah. And yeah, absolutely, to that point. And I think there are many businesses and individuals who are not interested in changing, and they are not my focus at all, to be honest. I invest, and the reason for this is it's obviously personal to me as a black woman, right? So I invest my time and energy on those that want to move forward. And what we've seen over the past 3 years is, like a magnet, we attract businesses and people that are alike. And what consequently happens with that is businesses, their peers see them and they're like, oh, we should be involved. And then they get on board. They get on board on the learning journey, and that's the beginning. And so I expect that with time we'll continuously, consistently grow. And there will be some people and some individuals that just won't get it, and it's not my job to convince them otherwise. To be honest, we don't sell the work we do. We speak really loudly about it. We talk from a fact base. We produce data. We have events. But I never go to an event and sell, and it's not in my nature. But I'm also not interested in selling or trying to persuade anyone that it's the right thing to do to include people that look differently to you, quite simply.
Thank you so much, Lorraine.
No problem.
And also, a big round of applause, because it actually is the 3-year anniversary of being inclusive.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
And remember to leave your headsets, or Dean has promised that he will tackle you from the knees and up. And if you want to, actually I'm going to do a shameless plug, because one of my favorite non-profits are also from Copenhagen, in where Jack is working, and it's called Human Library. If you ever wanted to practice your empathic skills, you can go there, because they use humans as books, and you can borrow a book that is something different from you. So every event they will have a list of books you can borrow, meaning that you get 30 minutes with someone who you otherwise wouldn't meet, and they will tell you their life stories, and they will hopefully make you more open-minded.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
We see you at 5.
Anyone? Learning each other? Yeah. No, 100%.
I don't believe that success in hospitality is reliant on the service and the products alone. In a restaurant or a bar, the food, the service, the drinks, the design, they're merely ingredients in the recipe of human connection.
Nosotros trabajamos con gente, digamos, objetivo. Tal vez es algo muchísimo más efímero. Quizás es algo que se termina, solo una experiencia que dura 2 horas, pero tiene que ir al corazón.
The cocktails is something beautiful, but if you know what is behind that, yeah, that's the impact is amazing, you know.
I believe that the work we do is really important, and I think that's essential for people to understand. Hospitality leadership is distinct because the leaders prioritize connection. Would you like a coffee?
I would love a coffee. Thank you.
It's also important to say that I've had amazing baristas working for me over the years. I'm not one of those amazing baristas. I think there's like this beautiful and unparalleled power that comes with an entire group of like-minded and passionate people deciding together that they are going to accomplish something. I think we're all capable of much more than we think, especially if we have an amazing team to do it with.
And a lot of people, they've never had this in their lives, which is also quite surprising.
Yes.
Liderar en hospitalidad es muy complicado y es muy apasionante. Empecé de muy joven queriendo ser bartender en un mundo en el que tal vez no había tantos bares específicos de coctelería. Y acá en Argentina, los hoteles 5 estrellas, liderados por hombres mayores con smoking y guantes, y yo estaba muy lejos de eso. Y se me abrió una enorme puerta que fue trabajar en el Gran Bar Danzón. Queremos que este bar lo dirija una mujer. Y esa fue mi gran oportunidad y desde ahí no paré. Lo sigo confirmando hoy. Y de instruir y de guiar y de acompañar en esos crecimientos. la mayoría de las veces pensar antes qué le pasaría o qué me pasaría a mí en el lugar del otro.
I live between two worlds, the nightlife, cocktail bars, and the life at the farm. Right now, I spend even more time at the farm than at the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So I'm still in charge of taking care with part of the team, taking care of this big family, right? Success in hospitality makes the people grow around you. It's never an individual goal, you know. And when they gave me this award of most sustainable bar in the world, I was like, I don't know how to accept that. And that's why when we went on the stage, I had the flag of Colombia and I printed on the other side a huge picture of the team, because it's not me, it's like us, you know?
There's a retired U.S. Navy captain named David Marquet who said that the people at the top have all the authority, the people on the front line have all the information. Empowering your team is one of the best first steps you can take to start bridging that divide.
When I started, I was like let's say the leader, right? Every night at the bar, that was really hard to delegate. At the beginning, you leave like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, a night. And now I love when the people say, okay, I went to the bar and I have like a beautiful experience and I was not there, you know? Because they are the leaders. So I really trust the team. A huge part of this is empathy, right? Empathy with the team. So we always try to listen to them, to take them into account, but as well how they feel as, human being, right?
Trabajar en el mismo plano que los demás. Es muy difícil hacer hospitalidad con un equipo que no está contento con su día a día. Esto es tratar de tener a cada uno en el lugar que mejor se siente, es capacitar, es disfrutar también, es ayudar a que el equipo también salga, vaya a bares, vaya a restaurantes, se ponga en el lugar de los clientes y lograr esa empatía necesaria para cada uno de esos detalles. Porque la hospitalidad son un montón de detalles que tienen que ver con que finalmente el cliente la pase bien.
I think rules generally are the enemy of positive culture, even within a team. And in order for a rule to come off of a list, the way it works now is you need to prove why the rule shouldn't exist anymore. I think if more organizations looked at their list of rules and went through them one by one and had to prove why everyone needed to exist, we'd end up with a lot less rules, which I believe ends up with a better culture and a better quality of leadership.
There's a place in, I think it's Alabama, called Lambert's House of Throwed Rolls. When you go there, you sit down and it's this big dining room, and every 30 minutes or so, someone pushes a big cart of delicious, freshly baked rolls. And then people in the dining room start raising their hand, and the guy starts throwing the rolls across the dining room to them. That one simple step of service is the thing that put that place on the map. How many cultures do you think wouldn't kill that idea right away for being utterly ridiculous? But they had created a culture where that idea was indulged, to the point where, as ridiculous as it might have seemed in the beginning, it became the thing that defined the restaurant. I think far too many places kill bad ideas too early, because sometimes the worst idea is just a simple shift away from being the best idea.
How can we do it together? If you want to improve, if you want to say something to change the way we are working, please tell us, you know. It's communication. the success of this way of working is just like we talk on the same level, right? And we are human beings having like a relationship. Is not only work, is to be sensitive enough to see them as a part of the family and not only, please do that, just do that, no.
Tuve una época en la que empecé a darme cuenta de que lo que yo decía después se hacía y se replicaba. Tuve una escuela de coctelería a la que muchos de los bartenders que hoy tienen bares muy exitosos fueron, y la forma en la que yo trabajaba y la forma en la que yo hablaba y la forma en la que yo explicaba, bueno, después se veían los bares. Cuando yo iba a tomar algo con mis amigas, y eso fue como un poco impactante, sí.
Working every day, I couldn't see like how fast we were growing. And every Christmas, I closed the bar to have like a huge meal with the team. But at the beginning, we were like very few. But after 2 years, I would say, we were inviting the families as well. So when I saw all these people, I felt like I have like a huge responsibility. I mean, now it's serious.
It's remarkable how many people are craving leadership. If you believe that you have something to give to the world, you can't sit around and wait for someone to come up to you and say, hey, you're a leader now. One day, you just need to decide to start leading. And I think you'll be surprised by how many people will be ready and willing to follow.
During the pandemic, I mean, in our industry, in hospitality, we had to stop. So after 1 month, you can imagine no income, salaries, rents and stuff. I mean, I can't leave the team because, as I always say, it's not 55 people, it's like 55 families. So you have kids, you have parents, you know, they depend on the business. So after 1 month, I said, no, I can't do it anymore. I have to find another solution. It was about how to survive at this point, right? It was about having food, but having good food, you know? So I said to the team, please, in 10 minutes, everybody, I want to see everybody on Zoom. Then we started the call, and I said, okay, I have 2 news. One very bad news, I mean, in 1 month, I won't be able to pay you anymore. I say, I have a plan B. Plan B is whoever wants to go with me to the farm, we will start the farm from zero. we came here and we were cooking together, we were doing everything together. And I mean, the relationship changed at this point. I would say like the most beautiful experience of our life to living together and building this together. We started growing, planting, and we planted like fruits, we planted herbs, coffee, like lots of things, and we process the products here at the farm and we send it to the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So what's driving me now? I mean, just
Let's see, do we have audio again? Yes, we do. We don't have Monica though. What is Monica doing? She's explaining to Eric. So our next speaker, for everyone at home and in the crowd, is the man, the myth, the legend, Eric Lorenz. If you don't know him already, if James Bond was a real person, this is the guy James Bond would get his martinis from. And if you've ever had the good fortune to be served a drink by Eric, you'll know that his drinks come with some sort of special magic that just makes them taste better than everyone else's drinks. I once had him come to my house and make me a Ramos Gin Fizz. Literally came to my garden. That's how nice he is. He's such a nice guy. If we can get Monica back, she said to start. I'm actually quite speechless. This is the first time I think in my life I'm not sure exactly what to say. Right, we got a lot of people sitting down, getting ready, and Monica's back on her way.
Yes,
okay.
I am here. I am here.
Are you excited for our last speaker? I'm so excited.
I don't think exciting is the right word because it's like astronomical. I don't know. Eric doesn't have the sound, so we can tell us. But
we can say anything we want.
Yeah, exactly, because he can't hear us. But Eric just finished his opening weekend of Quaint, and then he came straight on the Eurostar.
He doesn't sleep.
No, I know. So instead of sleeping, he's with us, and he's about to share his story. So it's going to be very exciting.
Ooh.
Very exciting.
Oh, what is happening here? I see. He's on.
He's on.
Okay. He's all ready to go.
Of course.
I might go give him my mic.
No, I will do.
You
But
go.
so, are you ready? Last talk of the day. So
I am. I'm ready.
Yes, let's
I'm
go.
pumped.
I mean,
I'm
nobody's
excited.
here to watch us anyway, so let's get it. Let's go. And for the last talk of the day, we have the one and only Eric Lorenz coming straight from London and opening his new but not new bar,
Yes.
Quaint. So I give the word to you.
Thank you so
And
much,
here we
Monica.
go.
Once again, hello everyone. It's absolute pleasure to be back in Cocktail Spirits at the Campari Academy. And I would really love to talk about my bumpy journey that occurred, as probably many of us, as I was talking to many during the show, as the pandemic wasn't nice to us. And unfortunately, that was my journey. But the most important, what I really like to talk about is the guest experience still matter. Does it really matter? Yes, indeed, because that's what we do. That's what our industry is all about. Like we opening bars, we opening restaurants, we opening concepts, we opening various venues. But what is the call, what is the growth behind it. So by my background, been working in industry about 20 plus years. Before I opened my own bar, was about 12 years in 5-star hotels such as Connaught, Savoy, Sanderson Hotel. And I think that was really that indicated in my brain that's what's really matter, to bring the guest or get the guest into the bar, and making sure that it's not just the middle part when it's the drinking experience is the important one, but the arrival, the beginning, when the guests, how they are treated, and how we are listening to those guests, because often we never think about that, how the guest journey was to get into the bar. I remember when I was at the Savoy, and when we reopened, we had about 1 hour 30 minutes a queue to get into the bar, and there were people just queuing there to wait to have a drink at the bar. So now, as looking back, I'm start thinking, what a dedication of that guest was to come in and spending their money with us. And at that time, I wasn't thinking that deep, that how much that means to that guest to come to our bar. And I should be probably now more focused on that topic and that element of a guest is waiting there outside and not leaving, but still waiting and wants to come and experience that. And it's been still waiting, and now we rush to get the guest in, because obviously the queue was always endless, to make sure that experience starts great at the beginning, as the cocktails could be good at the Savoy, but also ends as well. So that was really the thing that I started sometimes often thinking more than about the cocktails, because obviously cocktails are great tools, they're a great part of the experience. It keeps us, our brain going to be more creative and more focused on what we do. But at the end of the day, it's all about the experience that really, really matter. So working in these establishments, I really took the journey and became my own victim of my own dreams. And I still call myself a bartender, but it was the big dream to open my own bar. So 2018, I left Savoy, and that was the day I said to myself, or years before actually, once I leave Savoy, I won't work anywhere else unless it's going to be my own bar. So it took about a year, that 2019, when we launched Acquaint. And Acquaint was a basement cocktail bar just on the Moroccan restaurant, which has been there for about 23 years, central London. And as you could imagine, or you can see, it was very intimate, very cozy, and I was still very much infected by that hotel mindset. So I almost wanted to create a cocktail bar or cocktail experience with as you would be in a hotel, but without having rooms and paying that hefty price for those drinks. So it was really about this service, obviously the creativity, the hand-cut glassware, bespokely designed for us, focusing a lot on the ingredients, focusing a lot on the techniques, but in the same time not shooting the prices so high that it's really just make it almost unaffordable. When you look into that, it's like, hold on a second, we know what's the value of XYZ spirits and the ingredients, why are we just charging so much? Because we're putting nuts and olives into that, that's really experience, that not really it is. It's all about being more human and really focus on the guest needs. And that was the moment when, until then, I was reading guest reviews, and I was laughing about them. I never took them seriously, because often I've seen that some reviews, they were just made to upset the guest. But then I went back, and then I was like, hold on a second, if someone sit down and write you a review on the Google Maps or any platform, there must be something behind it. There must be a reason. Obviously, when the person is at home, maybe a little bit having more few gin and tonics than he should have, and he's still in that heat and write something down, not everything is as accurate as it was, but there is an element that is a true story that really happened to that guest that didn't go well. And then I started becoming fascinated by these reviews, and I started them reading more and more and try to take them as another tool to learn that how I can improve this. Because obviously, there are some people that would just write it because they are just bored and they find it interesting, but there were some people who were very genuine and the feedback was very constructive, and I really found it that this is exactly what it should be about. And back to this, my little journey at Quen. So we opened it in 2019. It lasted a year and so. And a lot of people asking, what was it all about? It was very unusual, almost old-fashioned. But that was the key. That was the point, that you were walking downstairs. We were never a speakeasy. We never went to be a speakeasy. We just never had a sign outside, because once you're opening your own bar, you have a million things on your mind. And I never had on my mind that maybe I should put a sign out there. It was on my list to do, but there was many other things I wanted to focus on. So we ended up not having any sign. And then I found this is interesting, because I was building a members club without paying a membership, because if you didn't know the bar, or didn't know the place, you just would pass by. Because it was in a basement, low ceiling, no windows, not much on a social media apart from one Instagram account, and that was pretty much it, where we were just putting cocktails and some images of the bar. And then I found that this is very cool. It worked very, very well. Sometimes it was against our favors, because there were days where we were not very busy, but there were days we were super busy. So it really created amazing ambience, that the bar had something very charming and very unusual. Hence, I really wanted to more look into that name and the meaning of the name, and deliver it in a way how we were serving. And the way I decided to set up the bar, because the capacity of the bar was about 90 guests, I reduced it to 55, because what I really wanted to do is create more than just an experience, more than just someone to hand over a drink and milk the cash out from those guests. So I thought, okay, we are not a hotel bar, but one of the standards will be, if you want to have a drink at Quen, you have to have a table. You have to have a seat, and you have to enjoy it properly, rather than just standing in a corner, squeezed like a sardines. And what's the point of me spending so much time on creating the cocktail, on the decoration and all those elements, and you just ending up in a corner? And I guess, and the staff is not even able to properly explain you the drink, because we are too busy, we are overpacked. So that was the rule number one, was always table seats. So when the first pandemic came, which was like table service only, I was like, fine, that works for me. So let's make my life even easier, because now everyone has to do it this way, so I don't even have to tell anymore to the guest. But then there was a second pandemic, second wave, and that's becoming very, very hard to us. And the long story short was that the Momo restaurant that has been 23 years, unfortunately, couldn't make it through, because they just signed for the new lease. And once they sign for the new lease, then what do? You want to invest, you want to make up this bar, you want to make up the restaurant. So they invested £1.9 million for the renovation 9 months before pandemic, and that's the worst thing you can do. And that was the victim that it caught us as a Titanic, that we just sank with them, because I was subletting the place, and unfortunately I had to move out. Before that, moving out, we tried to do our best. We tried to do it in the best way as possible to bring elements of style, elegance, and make it in as the most beautiful way as possible. Very minimalistic. I really like the minimalism in the cocktails, because what I really found fascinating for me was to spending a time on the preparation, but to do the presentation as efficient as possible. And then, if I have a time, I'm happy to talk to the guests how we created the XYZ cocktail and how much effort we spend into doing this and doing that. So, for example, all the drinks we were trying to use as a garnish, very minimalistic micro herbs. And all those micro herbs we were actually growing in the bar, in Evergrow system that we were operating by ourselves. All the herbs were planted by ourselves, and we were controlling everything to making sure that we knew exactly what the plan was, how does it taste like, how would it match with the cocktail, and again, reducing all that waste, because only herbs which we would waste would be the garnish. So basically, I would just cut off the leaf from the plants, and I would just place it on a drink, and the rest would just keep on growing until we literally shave that plant. So that was a very cool part of it, and that became kind of our DNA of the bar, that really wanted to be very minimalistic, but in the same time very sophisticated and really pushing the boundaries. After the COVID, once the COVID really hit us, we had to close down. So I was in Dubai doing another pop-up, got a call that I have to move out because I was subletting the place. So I had no choice, just fly back home, pack all everything in 5 vans and move everything out from the bar. But I just wouldn't sit back and cry in a pillow because that's not me. I just was like, what's next? What I can do next year? So, and I took a little holiday, but it wasn't just a holiday sitting by the sea doing nothing. But we took Quain to Ibiza, and we call it Quain by the Sea. We got a great partnership with the Melia Hotel at Me, that was right on the sea. That actually, this is the bar part, and as I was standing behind the bar, I could see the sea. It's like this was the best that could happen after all that went so wrong. That we spent about actually 6 months. This was the longest pop-up I ever done. If you haven't done it before, trust me, go for it. It's amazing. It's something that you can adapt into a business model. That how to do it. That when I'm watching the guys like René Redzepi from Noma, that he goes with the whole entire team and he spends months in Tokyo or in Mexico. I said, like, this is something what we should do as well. In the long term, it's amazing to do a pop-up for 1, 2, 3 days, but something to do in the long term is like you really blending into a local team of the hotel and try to do something together. So exchanging information, exchanging ideas, but you still carry your brand. So we were still under our flagship, our brand, and we run there for the whole entire summer. And while I was there, with my feet and legs and a head, back of my mind, I was already planning the London, because there's a site in London that I was passing every single time, and that was the place where I figured out that this could be the new Quain, the new home, and I just approached the guys and offered me the place. So the place was signed last year, and I think that was the moment where I done my first mistake. And first mistake was not having a project manager, and that was the biggest thing that I would recommend to have if you wanna do something own. And as an individual, we are all human beings. We are not capable to do everything and anything, because if you can do that, you're probably in a different universe. And I realized that I'm still a bartender, a sort of operator, but in the same time, there are lots of requirements that it's absolutely nothing to do with the cocktails, nothing to do with the measurements or alcohol and a history, but the legal parts. And the legal part is something that's really, really matter, because without having the legal parts done properly, you get nowhere. You have absolutely no idea. And then I realized that why we are not renovating. Like, I'm paying for a designer, I have the constructors, I've got the lease signed, and we're not renovating. And so I'm start chasing people. It's like, I'm going back to the site and it's still an empty room, and it's like, guys, I want to see something here. And it's like, do you have an alteration license? It's like, what? Alteration license. It's like, what is that? It's like, in order to start a renovation, you need to have a license. It's like, oh, really? So how do you get one? So you need to present everything what you want to do here. So again, I started chasing each and every one of them, because the landlord, it's in a historical building from 1920s. In fact, Citroën was there as a headquarter back in 30s. So it's a beautiful corner building that it's been obviously protected than many old historical buildings, and I couldn't do anything there until I had this license. So I couldn't even make a hole in the wall. So I started working on that super intensively, and that was the moment that in January I thought to myself, I'm not going to have another drink until I open this bar. I thought it's going to take another 2-3 months. I end up not drinking for 5.5 months. And I still haven't had a dry martini. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Is this a dry martini? No? What? Ah, damn it. They really don't want to make me drink a martini here. So, after 5.5 months, I really got to the point, and it was actually 2 days ago when I reopened the bar without telling anything to anybody, because it was a very, very long journey, and obviously to open a bar, as some of you can imagine, it's not an easy journey. If it's not the Wi-Fi connection, it's suddenly your air conditioning. If it's not your air conditioning, it's your till system. If it's not your till system, it's your refrigerator, and so on, so on, so on. So I was just going around and just like started writing things down, like what should need to be fixed. So I became a fixer. But But it was all good. I really taking it as a great journey, great experience, and I'm really basing on this presentation because last 2 days I spent probably 2 hours a day with my wife and the kids, and 14 in a bar with my bar team. So this is the new Queen that I'm taking it from I would say it's almost like taking you on a new holiday. If you've been to an old Queen, you would probably recognize it by the artwork, but this is a different artwork. It's a proper Polynesian artwork that's painted by hand by a friend of mine. I was doing a military service with 25 years ago, and really try to use the space as much as possible, because we went from low ceiling, no windows, ground floor to basement, to a ground floor, high ceiling and massive windows. So really try to use that. And as you can see, still half row because we're still missing a blinds there, because you can't do everything at once, because I figure out every window is different measures, so I had to do the made to measure blinds plus the plans. And most importantly is the place where we work, where we create. So I kind of changed the elements of the bar. That I'm no longer calling it a counter, because I wanted to really break the barrier between the guests and the host. So it's completely open island bar that you can sit from the front but also from the behind. And it's everything is pretty much open plan, that as the bartenders can see the guests, what they're drinking, what they're having, the guests can see what the bartender is doing. And that was really wanted to do as a connection and make the bartenders more free and more kind of being locked behind the bar, but being more free to be connected closer to the guests. So one of the steps of service I really wanted to introduce is that the bartender, as he finishes his drink, is not standing there and waiting for the server to grab the drinks, but the bartender has no barriers. He's just completely standing around the island bar, that he can take the drinks and go straight to the table and explain, and vice versa. So it's pretty much, I was watching the last 2 days that the guests were more coming into the bar, coming around the bar, and really had this experience that you probably normally would have it when you have an open plan kitchen at home, because if you are at a bar, you have your seat, you're sitting, but I'm still applying that standard of service that it's really about, you have your table, you have your seat, that's where you'll be served, but you're more than welcome to come around and see what we do and how we do. So, as I mentioned, we opened just 48 hours ago, so it's still a baby. With hence I'm here only for a couple of hours, because after this presentation probably I say hi to a few friends and I'm running back to the bar basically before I see my wife. So I won't really tell her that part, but anyway, so this is a Queen number 2. It's back again on the map. I'm very pleased that I could have done it and couldn't do it without any other support. But really the thought about that was, when I was thinking to do this, I thought to myself, I will take a little bit of more time to make sure that I do something that when a guest comes in, has that experience that you were not experienced it from the bar as you would normally do. So it's really about bringing the guest more into, let's say, a liquid fine dining rather than just having a drink. Because again, what we are trying to achieve here is, back in the days we were just making drinks for fun. Now we're making drinks to experience. Yesterday I had a guest, for example, that it turned quite funny conversation, because he was sitting on a bar and he goes, "Now I'd like you to make me the best Long Island iced tea." And I goes, "After having 5 drinks, how I'm gonna get out from this?" It's like, there must be a way. And back of my head I was like, I don't even remember when I made my last Long Island iced tea. But I have all the ingredients, but do I really want to make a Long Island iced tea? No, I'm not. So how I turn it into a guest experience? So I just went to him very slowly and politely and was like, "So Long Island iced tea, and what do you like about it?" It's like, "Yeah, I like the Coca-Cola." And when he thought Coca-Cola, I was like, "Oh my God, I know exactly what I want to do all of a sudden. It's like, okay, what else? Yeah, you know, all the spice, all the booze and the citrus element. I was like, what I can do for you here is not a Long Island iced tea, but I can make you an amazing vintage Cuba Libre. How about that? Because I have an amazing collection of vintage rums that goes back to 1920s. And he just looked at me and was like, are you sure? I was like, I'm 100% sure. If you are ready for it, I'm happy to crack this bottle of 1960s rum and make you an amazing Cuba Libre. How about that? Let's do it. So I was like, thank you very much. Couldn't think of best way to get out from it. And then I thought about that. This is the way how sometimes you need to kind of reading between the lines and thinking how you can get away from it without just like telling off the guests like, no, I'm not going to do this. And where does it go? And then I was just saying, day before, I was telling the whole members of staff, guys, remember when you say, no, we cannot do that, you have to offer alternative. So what's the alternative from Long Island iced tea? Took me a while, but then I just kind of thought, okay, maybe the Cuba Libre could work, and do the better experience is the vintage rum to use. But it's really about to just, in the right time, use the right thinking and take it to the right direction that you feel confident enough, because obviously that Cuba Libre didn't cost £10.50. But still, it wasn't a conflict of price there, so I was very pleased on that part. But in the same time, I thought I couldn't do it any better way, because I didn't say no to the guests, and I offered the alternative. And this is exactly what I was trying to demonstrate the whole team members, that the guest experience is about still staying on the line with a guest, satisfying their needs, and sometimes just to find alternatives. And that was my alternative. I really wish I will have more of these kind of stories, but as I said, the bar is only 48 hours old, so it's a lot to do, a lot of work to be done there. So if you have any questions, feel free to stop me here, and I'm happy to answer.
Well, I have a question.
I just need to grab that one, right?
Yes, that's true. I forgot that you can't actually hear me. All right, there we go.
Loud and clear.
So I have a question, and well, I have many questions.
Okay.
But I will start with this. So I've had the pleasure of obviously both knowing you personally, but also I've worked with you several times. Yeah. And you have something that is very unique. So I'm pretty sure that you could have sold anything to anyone. But what if you are someone who doesn't necessarily have this natural connection to other individuals? How do you teach this to your team? Because they also need to be able to replicate that in their way.
Exactly. I think it's very personal. It's absolutely personal to each and individuals. What are those strengths where you feel confident? But I always say you feel confident, but not overconfident. Because once you become overconfident, that's when things can become a little bit not very acceptable, and a lot of people might just find it even offensive. So it's very personal. So it's really about how you approach the guests. And I always saying you need to listen to every single word the guest says, because more you listen, more information you gain, more your brain can work on the subject of how I can deal with this individual, how I can approach this in which angle and what skills to use in order to not to offend that guest but satisfy him. So it's really personal. I completely agree on that, but it's all about listening to the guest and just really being there and try to think out of the box, because that's what I've done. I never done this before, what I just done about that Cuba Libre thing, and I just thought I give it a go. I've got nothing to lose, and I told them straight away after, I was like, I'm not expecting you now. If someone walks in, don't like a gin and tonic, you do, oh, fancy a vintage Negroni for £900? Obviously not, that wouldn't work. So it's really about being yourself, find your strength, and try to find a way how you can do it in the best way that you feel confident.
And do you think that, for example, right now in the UK, we are having a big crisis in terms of staffing because, the next new generation, they don't want to go into service, they don't want to be in hospitality. So how can we get them excited about hospitality and see the potential of this career, in your opinion?
Yeah, this is what it's really bothering me a lot, because when I came to UK, I had difficulties to find the job, not because they were not, because there were too many there, too many great bartenders, and if you wanted to get a job, you had to fully speak English, had a previous experience. For example, when I started working at my first hotel bar, if I didn't have a previous hotel bar experience, I would never get a job. Because I knew Giuseppe Gallo, that's how I sneak into the Sanderson Hotel. That was only one way. But right now I think to give them a motivation, it's have the good work balance and showing them that what do you want to get out from this work? Is this something you're doing just for short term? Then probably this is not where you get too far, but do you see yourself as a bartender, maybe manager, and you want to be the bar owner? Then you need to kind of dedicate your time, you need to dedicate your energy into this and really kind of wait for the moment, because no one become a world champion or a bartender, a super star bartender owner overnight. So if you want to get there, it's a journey. So you need to be patient, you need to follow what your leaders are doing and how they're doing and learn, get the best out of them and try to use it in the best way possible, which is beneficial for you, that's push you forward and make you being a better bartender. And I think it's about the mindset as well, because now we face bartenders don't want to work weekends, bartenders don't want to work late hours, bartenders want to have so many royalties, which when we were starting as a bartenders, we never even thought about that, hey, I just want to work Monday to Friday, I want to play football over the weekend. So it's really about them to put themselves in the right mindset and motivate them in various ways, that I don't want to be the bartender who will be doing all the guest shifts around the world and they will be just working in my bar. I want to bring them with me. I want them to have the same experience what I would have, and I think and I hope that could be one of the motivation of it's about a team rather than one person who really get that and they just workers rather than part of the team. So get them involved in many levels and into many activities where we're all part of it rather than just always one individual.
And speaking of team, how big is your team now?
Team-wise, we are seven people, and really I did exactly the same as in the first quaint. When I sat down for an interview, my first question was, are you okay to work on the floor as well as behind the bar? If the answer is yes, we can carry on an interview, because if you say, no, I want to be just a bartender, this place is not for you, because I'm not hiring a waitress or waiter, I'm hiring an individual talent who is capable to do both equally. So I want them to be Monday, Tuesday, let's say, behind the bar, Tuesday, Wednesday on the floor, Friday on the door, Saturday at the back. And everyone agreed, and we all rotate. So one day you will see me on the door, other day I'll be polishing your glasses.
So 6-day operation?
Oh, well, I'll just give it an example,
okay,
but we do 5+2, so 5 days work, 2 days off, but the bar will be, at the moment, the plan is operate 7 days.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yes, I know. I'm pushing.
And how many seats now?
We applied for 48, but when our health officer came, he just looked like, you have 2 doors, big doors. Is 60 okay for you? I'm taking it. I had furniture for 60 already. So yeah, we have 60 seats.
That's amazing. I feel your pain with the licensing, by the way, because
exactly
the license to alteration almost killed us as well. So,
there we go.
Yes. So how much of the old quaint is in the new quaint? I see some things, and I see a lot of you as well, but is there a natural progression?
It is, because what I really didn't want to do is just like copy and paste of everything what you see in there, because it just wouldn't work. And then I've seen so many places that I went around to a restaurant which has 6 different chains, more than 6, but I went to 6 in 6 different countries and 3 continents, and none of them were absolutely exactly the same. They had a DNA, they had the name, but if someone bring me there and just open my eyes, I was like, can you guess where are you? I would never guess that I'm in exactly the same place. And I wanted to do the same thing here, just like, I called it Quain because I started it in the same way. I had this already, the DNA and association with me, but I really wanted to take it into some new journey that's when it comes to the experience, and there's more food element as well. Because before it was all the club license, so I I didn't have to serve food. So right now I'm very fortunate that I've got a chef, former sous chef of Fat Duck, Jason Atherton. He worked at Q in Australia, so he's bringing his skills to the game that's really competing, and often I've been told you really better push your skills, because what we tasted so far, it's incredibly amazing. And small snacks, that's the idea, to bring in small snacks menu. That's something that you can enjoy without being overwhelmed by the lot of food, but you have to have a little bit because of our license.
And I think I did actually see some pictures on Instagram of the food, and it looked delicious. And do you think that you will see more of this breaking down the barrier between bar and kitchen, and restaurant and bar in a wider sense?
I think so, because I think it's the best experience. When I go out personally, I really like to have my martini or Negroni or glass of champagne, but I always like to nibble something. Like when I went last time to your place, we just wanted to there for a drink before our dinner, and we ended up eating there as well. So it was completely, for me, it's supernatural, and that's how I like to enjoy a bar experience, because it's about both, and that's how you last even longer through the night, because drinking on an empty stomach, it's never a good idea.
I agree. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, we like questions.
First of all, congratulations on your bar. Looks amazing. I hope I can go in next time I'm in London. And I guess my question is, you talk a lot about amazing experiences for your guests. What's your strategy for promoting these experiences and make sure people come through your door? There's a lot of great bars in London.
Yes.
And I guess, follow-up question, do you now have a sign or still no sign?
There is a sign, yes. It's already on. We have actually lights on it as well, so it's automatically gone when we open the doors. And how I'm integrating it, it's a lot about sharing the information with the team, because I try to always compare running a bar. It's just being a football coach and you have 11 players. You can't win a championship with one Ronaldo. You need another 10 players to get there, and that's how I see it. It's a lot of coaching with 2 other members of staff to get into the same mindset as you are, as I want to be, or sharing my wealth of experiences that this is how I imagine this bar should be operating, and doing those little details when the guest's walking in and you see 6 bags. You don't want to let the guest carry those bags all the way to the table, because we are not a shopping mall. So I have a cloakroom by the entrance, so that's the first thing when everyone needs to watch it when the guests coming in with the bags, assistance with that, and that's where start building up the whole experience to little steps that try to do organically, very naturally and seamlessly, that really turn your visit into experience, rather than just like, okay, I walk into a bar, they serve me a drink, was okay, I'm not sure if I want to come back. But moment you start from the greeting to coming to the table, chair assistance, which was always on my forehead where I was at the Savoy, the chair assistance, pulling out the chair and then pushing it back, and so on. Little details such as really can change the whole experience.
And we have a question from Jeffrey from Balderdash in
Hi, brother.
Copenhagen.
Yes. Hello.
Hello, brother.
I have my question is like, there's very few people in the world can travel around and enjoy and express themselves, right? But why go back to London and reopen again, even after COVID? Why would you why'd you deal with all the headache of a brick and mortar? You know what I mean?
I know.
I would like to have your personal and your business.
Yeah.
Point of
So
view.
I think, even I'm so skinny, deep inside, I'm a fighter. I'm not a loser. I don't just give up on events or opportunities as such. And when I came to London, I really found the city fascinating in terms of opportunities, because I came to the country or to the city without speaking English, brushing a floor, and 20 years later having an opportunity to open my own bar, and I did it in one city in a 20 years or 14 years run, but why not? And when I started working at the Connaught, I became very familiar with the area. Then I left the area, went to Savoy, to Westminster, but I always felt that Mayfair is the place I want to be. So more than 8 years, I was thinking I want to open a bar in Mayfair. So it took me nearly 10 years of carrying that idea in my head, that the dream come true. And why after all those events? Because I always look forward rather than backwards. Like, okay, first time didn't work out, but it can't get worse. Nobody chopped my arms. Money comes and goes, and obviously in a healthy way, that not to ruin someone's bank accounts and become enemies for life. That's not how we are. That's not how I do. Even with my past business partner, I'm still communicating. We are in a good terms, and this is how I want to see it in the future as well. So for me, London it's a great city, and I just wanted to give it a go. And when I see the site, I already see the whole image of the bar. It's a corner building. I always wanted to have a corner building. It has a massive windows. I always wanted to have a day bar that I can have a daylight. So it's like, it ticks so many boxes, and to let it go would be probably the biggest missed opportunity. So I said, I'm going to give it a go to this one.
All right. And then one more question.
Yep.
Hi, Eric. Back to your idea of guest experience and your strategy to achieve it, your approach to it. Do you think it evolved from when you started in the business to now? And if it did, how?
Yes, I hope so it evolved, because constantly trying to push the boundaries and trying to really make that guest experience better than before, rather than get satisfied with, oh, that was a happy guest, fine. But the guest can come back and can have a very bad day. And it could be the guest who was there once before the bar was very happy, and now I just can't rely on that. No, last time I served him was absolutely fine. It's about always being there like a soldier and listening between the lines and seeing that guest needs what is exactly needed right now. And it's always just paying attention. So one of the big things is to be at work is to be at focused. Leave the emotion at home, because when you're at work, you need to focus on that. And when you're emotionally disbalanced, that's when you stop paying attention to emotions to your guests, because the emotions to our guests are the indicators for me to which direction to take and how to deal with a particular guest.
Thank you so much, Eric. And unfortunately, the overall Campari vision for Cocktails and Spirit this year did not align with our wish to drink a martini. So we have Negroni, rum, we have Campari, we have a lot of things. So I thought, to celebrate, why don't we do champagne?
Oh my God, no way. You really did it. No. I'm just making my hands empty and available.
I was just, there's a history in spring champagne in our circle. So
that's it.
I was going to not
There is, and you said that, and I thought, okay, maybe we just go out and we just have a glass, but no, amazing. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. To you guys.
You have it?
And I really thought that would be like a tasting session. I've seen this classic there. Okay, maybe another session. Here we go.
So please enjoy some champagne and leave the headphones there, please. Thank you.
I'll help you out. There we go. Here we go, madam. There we go.
Yes.
Voila.
And congratulations.
Amazing.
Thanks.
Merci.
One more. There we go.
Are we still on the live stream?
Yeah.
We are still on the live stream. So let's say cheers, everyone. And, well, I'm borrowing this one. Thank you so much,
Thank
Eric.
you, Monica.
And
Thanks,
cheers
everyone.
for Queen.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
And for the first day of Cocktails and Spirit.
Oh la la.
And there you come. Here you go. Okay, so for everyone home, we are going back online tomorrow at 1. For now, we say thank you so much to everyone that turned in. We will leave you with a little video of perspectives for those who missed it. And if you didn't miss it, you are free to do whatever you want. It is Sunday after all. But tune in tomorrow at 1 a.m. Central PM. Sorry, I don't know all these things. I'm tired also. I need to drink champagne. So, thank you.
I used to go to
See you tomorrow.
school with him.
No way.
In Paris. We are born in the same street.
No.
I don't believe that success in hospitality is reliant on the service and the products alone. In a restaurant or a bar, the food, the service, the drinks, the design, they're merely ingredients in the recipe of human connection.
Nosotros trabajamos con gente, digamos, objetivo. Tal vez es algo muchísimo más efímero. Quizás es algo que se termina, solo una experiencia que dura 2 horas, pero tiene que ir al corazón.
The cocktails is something beautiful, but if you know what is behind that, yeah, that's the impact is amazing, you know.
I believe that the work we do is really important, and I think that's essential for people to understand. Hospitality leadership is distinct because the leaders prioritize connection.
Would you like a coffee?
I would love it.
It's also important to say that I've had amazing baristas working for me over the years. I'm not one of those amazing baristas. I think there's like this beautiful and unparalleled power that comes with an entire group of like-minded and passionate people deciding together that they are going to accomplish something. I think we're all capable of much more than we think, especially if we have an amazing team to do it with.
And a lot of people, they've never had this in their lives, which is also quite surprising.
Yes.
Liderar en hospitalidad es muy complicado y es muy apasionante. Empecé de muy joven queriendo ser bartender en un mundo en el que tal vez no había tantos bares específicos de coctelería. Y acá en Argentina, los hoteles 5 estrellas, liderados por hombres mayores con smoking y guantes, y yo estaba muy lejos de eso. Y se me abrió una enorme puerta que fue trabajar en el gran bar Danzón. Fue, queremos que este bar lo dirija una mujer. Y esa fue mi gran oportunidad y desde ahí no paré. Lo sigo confirmando hoy. Y de instruir y de guiar y de acompañar en esos crecimientos. La mayoría de las veces pensar antes qué le pasaría o qué me pasaría a mí en el lugar del otro.
I live between two worlds, the nightlife, cocktail bars, and the life at the farm. Right now, I spend even more time at the farm than at the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So I'm still in charge of taking care with part of the team, taking care of this big family, right? Success in hospitality makes the people grow around you. It's never an individual goal, you know. And when they gave me this award of most sustainable bar in the world, I was like, I don't know how to accept that. And that's why when we went on the stage, I had the flag of Colombia and I printed on the other side a huge picture of the team, because it's not me, it's like us, you know?
There's a retired U.S. Navy captain named David Marquet who said that the people at the top have all the authority, the people on the front line have all the information. Empowering your team is one of the best first steps you can take to start bridging that divide.
When I started, I was like let's say the leader, right? Every night at the bar, that was really hard to delegate. At the beginning, you live like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, a night. And now I love when the people say, okay, I went to the bar and I have like a beautiful experience and I was not there, you know? Because they are the leaders. So I really trust the team. A huge part of this is empathy, right? Empathy with the team. So we always try to listen to them, to take them into account, but as well how they feel as, human being, right?
Trabajar en el mismo plano que los demás. Es muy difícil hacer hospitalidad con un equipo que no está contento con su día a día. Esto es tratar de tener a cada uno en el lugar que mejor se siente, es capacitar, es disfrutar también, es ayudar a que el equipo también salga, vaya a bares, vaya a restaurantes, se ponga en el lugar de los clientes y lograr esa empatía necesaria para cada uno de esos detalles. Porque la hospitalidad son un montón de detalles que tienen que ver con que finalmente el cliente la pase bien.
I think rules generally are the enemy of positive culture, even within a team. And in order for a rule to come off of a list, the way it works now is you need to prove why the rule shouldn't exist anymore. I think if more organizations looked at their list of rules and went through them one by one and had to prove why everyone needed to exist, we'd end up with a lot less rules, which I believe ends up with a better culture and a better quality of leadership.
There's a place in, I think it's Alabama, called Lambert's House of Throwed Rolls. When you go there, you sit down and it's this big dining room, and every 30 minutes or so, someone pushes a big cart of delicious, freshly baked rolls. And then people in the dining room start raising their hand, and the guy starts throwing the rolls across the dining room to them. That one simple step of service is the thing that put that place on the map. How many cultures do you think wouldn't kill that idea right away for being utterly ridiculous? But they had created a culture where that idea was indulged, to the point where, as ridiculous as it might have seemed in the beginning, it became the thing that defined the restaurant. I think far too many places kill bad ideas too early, because sometimes the worst idea is just a simple shift away from being the best idea.
How can we do it together? If you want to improve, if you want to say something to change the way we are working, please tell us, it's communication. The success of this way of working is just like we talk on the same level, right? And we are human beings having like a relationship. Is not only work, is to be sensitive enough to see them as a part of the family and not only please do that, just do that. No.
Tuve una época en la que empecé a darme cuenta de que lo que yo decía después se hacía y se replicaba. Tuve una escuela de coctelería a la que muchos de los bartenders que hoy tienen bares muy exitosos fueron, y la forma en la que yo trabajaba y la forma en la que yo hablaba y la forma en la que yo explicaba, bueno, después se veían los bares. Cuando yo iba a tomar algo con mis amigas, y eso fue como un poco impactante, sí.
Working every day, I couldn't see like how fast we were growing, and every Christmas, I closed the bar to have like a huge meal with the team. But at the beginning, we were like very few. But after 2 years, I would say, we were inviting the families as well. So when I saw all these people, I felt like I have like a huge responsibility. I mean, now it's serious.
It's remarkable how many people are craving leadership. If you believe that you have something to give to the world, you can't sit around and wait for someone to come up to you and say, hey, you're a leader now. One day, you just need to decide to start leading. And I think you'll be surprised by how many people will be ready and willing to follow.